I appreciate you all for being here, and I know you have many choices to make in the morning, and we, of course, appreciate you choosing to spend some time with us. A lot going on, to say the least. Protect your peace at all costs. There is a gifting goal today, and please note that the FactsStillMatter.site website is where you can go and subscribe. We get asked regularly where we're going to go and when and if. We don't know, but we're planning ahead. So that is our HQ. Please consider subscribing over there. And I want to take a moment to thank some new subscribers that we got yesterday, including Sam, including Shellbell, including Linda, Kalita, Leah, Michelle, and Tona. And also thank you to Andy and Kurt and a few other people who decided to donate via Cash App. Takes a lot to put the show together, and we have some big plans for the future, and your participation would be much appreciated. So if you are a subscriber here, please consider subscribing there. That will help us do what we have to do. It does kind of feel like we're walking on the moon or someplace. Well, I think I want to touch on a couple things that we discussed yesterday, and I got a lot of feedback from Team Angry. By the way, new version of the Fuck Trump in Morse Code t-shirt available in the merch store, and Team Angry t-shirts coming soon as well. So there's that. Anyway, for us to do this, for us, the collective us, to push back on what we're seeing, is going to take all of us, right? We know we're going to get into the despicable press conference from yesterday, and mocking Palestinians wanting to turn Gaza into the Riviera. Again, it sucks to be right, but I saw this coming. I've been talking about this for a while, that was ultimately the end game if Trump won the presidency. How ironic, using American military equipment to sort of lean in on leveling that area to turn it into what he calls the Riviera. We'll play some of that despicable audio in just a bit, but it's going to take all of us. And there's a lot of people in our country who chose to sit out this last election. There's a lot of people in our country who have been blinded by ridiculous rhetoric about lowering prices for groceries. Anybody who has half a brain, a quarter of a brain, a slug would know that that's just not something you can do, right? People who believe that, that no new wars, right? Meanwhile, we're now basically going to invade a sovereign nation, right? To turn it into the Riviera, surrounded by people who hate us. There's already been condemnations from Saudi Arabia and other countries. The expectation that Jordan and Egypt will take displaced Palestinian people who there's roughly 1 million people. My point is, there is a lot to do, right? We're not invading. We're not invading? Constitution is awesome. What, we're just gonna? Are they just gonna let us come in? Of course we're invading. God, fucking ridiculous. So the idea that leftists sat out this last election because they were concerned about the Palestinian people, we all were, from a humanitarian perspective. But because of your apathy and because of you choosing to sit that out, this is now what we have. Fascist real estate. Yes, voter suppression, yes, but 38, I forget the number, 50 million Americans chose to sit out this election, whatever the number is. A lot of protest voters, right? How do you wake up every morning, Don, look in the mirror and say, wow, I'm a fascist, I'm a Yahtzee? Good for you, Don. Good for you. Anyway, I'm angry, but I know that there is a lot of people who've got it much worse than I am. And I just would ask people to really, if there's any positive from what we're going through right now, if there's any positive at all coming from this, I hope it's that voters and citizens of our nation realize what we're talking about. Right? It's time. It's we say this every day. Best time to plant a tree was yesterday. And when we start to look at the things that we've uncovered over the last couple of days, this sovereign wealth fund, let's follow the money, right? We talk about this a lot. Follow the money. You give Elon Musk and his Doge bros access to the United States Treasury, right? You end funding to USAID. You pull us out of the United Nations Health Council, which we'll talk in just a bit. All these humanitarian elements help impoverished nations around the world. We've been doing it for a very, very long time. We talked about this a bit before about how everybody sees USAID as just, sending money to Ukraine. Well, that's connected to it from a humanitarian perspective, but we also do it to help places get clean water and food. We send epidemic related equipment, masks and things like that to places that are suffering from, Ebola outbreaks or hemorrhagic fever, or in parts of Africa, because they're still dealing with HIV AIDS. We send these resources there, right? And they want to just cut that, including any funding for Palestinians and humanitarian relief there. This is a money grab. Where do you think this sovereign wealth is going to be funded and how? They have to be able to justify these tax cuts for the billionaire class, which they're going to get, and they're going to use your Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, VA benefits to pay for these little excursions over to the West Bank. Yeah, that's right. It's our money, and they're going to use it to enrich themselves. You don't think there's going to be a Trump Tower on the Gaza Strip? Of course there is. So, yeah. All right. Everybody, again, please keep tapping and sharing. Somebody said that they sent a message in. Let me check on that. If you guys could please consider subscribing, I'd really appreciate that. It's the best way for us to stay connected. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, John, for your donation on Cash App. Really, really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. You're a good person. Again, just as a reminder, at the hub, new merch available. Also, there is an opportunity for you to participate in subscriber-only events. There's going to be subscriber-specific content posted there, not available anywhere else. We're also streaming on YouTube. All of our socials are linked there, so it's truly Facts HQ now. So let's get into these stories. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Hopefully the audio works today. I think we should just start with some of the things that he talked about in that ridiculous press conference yesterday. And please let me know if you guys can hear this okay. I can hear it in my headphones. Some people can hear it, so I'm just going to assume everybody's good.
Just to follow up on what you were saying about the Gazans leaving Gaza, going to other countries. One, where exactly are you suggesting that they should go? And two, are you saying they should return after it's rebuilt? And if not, who do you envision living there?
I envision the world, people living there, the world's people. I think you'll make that into an international, unbelievable place. I think the potential in the Gaza Strip is unbelievable. And I think the entire world, representatives from all over the world will be there, and they'll live there. Palestinians also. Palestinians will live there. Many people will live there. But they've tried the other, and they've tried it for decades and decades and decades. It's not going to work. It didn't work. It will never work. And you have to learn from history. History has, just can't let it keep repeating itself. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so.
The Riviera of the Middle East. When you think of Riviera, what do you think of? Right? What do you think of? What do you think of when you hear Riviera? You think the French Riviera, you think the Spanish Riviera, right? You think wealth, you think affluence. You don't think low in palm trees, right? You don't resorts, high rises, opulence, right? You don't think, sustainable houses. You don't think of single family homes. You don't think of affordable housing. You think of vacations. You think of the rich and he just basically said it out loud. Said it out loud, right? Yeah.
So magnificent. But more importantly than that is the people that have been absolutely destroyed that live there now can live in peace in a much better situation because they're living in hell. And those people will now be able to live in peace. We'll make sure that it's done world class. It'll be wonderful for the people. Palestine.
World class. Remember how we talk about when there's certain things that that I've learned from Trump when he speaks. There's a lot of tells when he talks. Like he is thinking in the mind of a real estate developer now. And why do people develop real estate, right? It's to make a profit, obviously. You know, you acquire land, you steal it however you get it. So that's what this is. And if you watch that press conference, every once in a while they panned over to Bibi Netanyahu, and he's fucking grinning like the piece of shit that he is. So, anyway, we'll play some more.
Palestinians, mostly we're talking about. And I have a feeling that despite them saying no, I have a feeling that the king in Jordan and that the general president, but that the general in Egypt will open their hearts and will give us the kind of land that we need to get this done.
Give us.
And people can live in harmony and in peace. Thank you all very much.
I don't even know where to begin to unpack that. Exactly, forced immigration, right? It's okay. It is okay for the United States to tell other countries to take refugees, but we can't. It's okay to basically disparage the Palestinian people, saying, listen, get the fuck out of your homeland. We're going to build these palatial estates that you're not going to be able to afford. We're going to sell it beachfront, because if you've ever seen Gaza on the map, it is beachfront. He is trying to make his own Dubai, sure, right? Again, follow the money. Why would they be talking about a sovereign wealth fund, right? Why does Elon Musk and his tech bros have access to $6 trillion in the U.S. Treasury? Why are they cutting humanitarian aid programs? Why are they going after your Social Security VA benefits? Why do they want to stop the Department of Education? Why do they want to cut Head Start programs? Why do they want to eliminate anything that would help the social safety net in our country? Meanwhile, giving tax breaks to the rich. Make sense? Follow the money, right? Everything is about enriching themselves. Where do you think the investments are going to come for that beachfront property? Do you think there's going to be schools built there? Do you think they're going to invest in hospitals? Do you think they're going to provide sustainable living for the people who are working there to support these palatial estates that they're going to make? And for the ignorance of some people in the chat, what do you think? We're just going to use the U.S. military. How the fuck else would we do it? Right? Saudi Arabia has already pushed back. Other nations in the area have already pushed back, saying this is bullshit. Where the fuck are the Republicans in Congress standing up to this stuff? Where are they? Yeah, that's right. There is so much to unpack with this kind of stuff. There is so much. I want to find the one clip. There's an abbreviated portion of that interview that I think is very telling, and I'll find it. Caitlin Collins asked him the question, and his answer was, well, just proves his ignorance, but here it is. Hold on.
Up on what you were saying about the Gazans leaving Gaza and going to other countries. One, where exactly are you suggesting that they should go? And two, are you
She asked, where exactly are the Gazans supposed to go if they're going to be kicked out of their country?
saying they should return after it's rebuilt? And if not, who do you envision living there?
I envision world people living there, the world's people.
World people.
I think you'll make that into an international, unbelievable place. I think the potential in the Gaza Strip is unbelievable. And I think the entire world, representatives from all over the world will be there, and they'll live there. Palestinians also. Palestinians will live there. Many people will live there. But they've tried the other, and they've tried it for decades and decades and decades. It's not going to work. It didn't work. It will never work.
Why?
And you have to learn from history. History has, you just can't let it keep repeating itself. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. But more importantly than that is the people that have been absolutely destroyed that live there now can live in peace in a much better situation because they're living in.
Two things as it relates to that. Obviously, everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Please consider subscribing. You can do so at FactsStillMatter.site, and please go to the perks section and subscribe. $3 a month, or 15% if you just subscribe annually. We're trying, what myself and our team is trying to do is we're trying to put all the pieces together because there are so much. Now, we know about this sovereign wealth fund that was created. We know that the keys to the car, literally the entire wealth of our nation, the U.S. Treasury, were given to a bunch of tech bros, 19 to 24 years old. And I'm going to play some audio about what Trump thinks of everybody else, career civil servants who've been in those positions. Sorry, friend, we're not gonna debate. It's all connected to this USAID. So we talked the other day about what USAID, and I just mentioned it. It's about humanitarian aid. It's about all these things to help keep, horrible diseases and epidemics outside of the shores of our nation by going to other countries, Tanzania in particular, South Africa, where they're still dealing with HIV/AIDS, Southern Africa, I should say. But it's connected to funds to prop up these investments because to be able to start a new war, right, which will cost us hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars. That involves American soldiers going there, and there likely will be loss of life because there's plenty of people around that area that don't like us, especially now. So then the Trump administration is pulling all, this is reporting from the AP. This was this morning. Trump's administration is pulling almost all USAID workers off the job worldwide. Trump administration said Tuesday that it's pulling almost all U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, workers off the job and out of the field worldwide, moving to all but end a 6-decade mission to shore up American security by fighting starvation, funding education, and working to end epidemics. The administration notified USAID workers in emails and a notice posted online, the latest in a sudden dismantling of the aid agency by returning political appointees from President Trump's first term and billionaire Elon Musk's government efficiency teams who, quote, call much of the spending programs overseas wasteful. The order takes effect just before midnight this Friday and gives direct hires of the agency overseas, many of whom have been frantically packing up households in expectation of the announcement, 30 days to return home unless they are deemed essential. Contractors not determined to be essential also would be fired, the notice said. The move had been rumored for several days and was the most extreme of several proposals considering for consolidating the agency into the State Department. Other options had included closures of smaller USAID missions and partial closures of larger ones. Follow the money. That's all I can tell you. Follow the money. This is where we are. A lot of the people that are employed by those agencies are United States citizens. So much for jobs for Americans, right? So much for America first when we want Greenland, we want Panama, we want Canada. I don't know. There's also audio that I need to play from Marco Rubio. I don't know if you heard this, but We talked about the GSA. I'll get into that a little bit later because that's even worse. There is report. I'll see if I can find it. I have it someplace. Marco Rubio basically giving El Salvador or saying that American citizens, U.S. citizens, can then be arrested and sent to U.S. to El Salvadorian jails. Now, I'm a humble guy. People tell me that I could probably be on a watch list. I don't give a fuck. I really don't fucking care. Because if we don't talk about this shit, who is? Our our lame ass mainstream media is not going to talk about it. They're going to kiss the ring so they can continue to go to these White House press events. The right's not going to fucking talk about it. They're already on Fox News after this announcement. They're already talking about how this is a development opportunity for the impoverished people of that part of the world. Give me a fucking break. I didn't sleep all night, so I was trolling around to Right Wing Lives. Remember, I go there so you don't have to. You're welcome. And they're spinning it as well. Oh, that was obviously this. He's such a humanitarian guy. He wants to help out the citizens of that area. I mean, give me a break. This literally being confronted with the question that said, no new wars. So, well, no longer women. I was going to say men and women on the ground, but not according to Pete Hegseth, right? Sending our sons, in this case, because that's all apparently they want, to another foreign war, right? Do you think it's just going to be easy? You think there's going to be no loss of life? But we can't invest in healthcare. No, we can't do that. In fact, we want to cut healthcare, Medicare, Medicaid. We can't invest in education. No, in fact, we want to cut education funding. We can't invest in propping up people who need it the most, including, the infirmed, the disabled. No. In fact, we're going to cut that funding. But we're going to go and develop the Riviera of the Middle East. That makes sense. And then there's reporting from Rolling Stone. By the way, if you guys don't subscribe to Rolling Stone, I would really encourage you because they have some of the best reporters in the business. The title of this story is competent white men must be in charge. High-profile State Department appointee wrote last year. Darren Beatty, mods, would you guys mind coming up? There's somebody knocking on my door, and I think I know what it is. If somebody wouldn't mind just stepping in real quick and helping me out so I can just go take care of this. And I need to make sure the guy knows where to go. I'll be right back. I'm sorry, friends. Thank you, Eve.
Course. Good morning, everyone. This is one. This is a perfect opportunity for me to jump in here and do a quick little mod announcement since let's take a look here and see how many people. All right, we've got 815 people in here, and we're not even up to 100,000 likes. What is happening? So, Steve is our amazing hostess with the mostest. He is here every day. He's bringing facts over feelings and screaming, fuck your feelings. He is an edible educator, an eclectic aficionado. Let's help him meet that. You know, the Facts Hub HQ and Discord links. They're also in there. Click on those. Go and explore on the website, the FactsStillMatter.site. If you aren't a sub, now is the time to get on board. Become a sub for $3 a month. You can click on the perks or members only and join. It's a hell of a deal. If you're just looking for a fun, free forum for the Facts family to frolic, then join that Discord. If the link doesn't work, try to copy and paste the link into a browser or just reach out to a moderator. We'll hook you up. If you join the Discord, you need to open a ticket and verify your account. There is a whole bunch of channels in that server. I promise you, it's a really cool place to chit chat, get resources. The resources that we use here for news, media, and the live sources are also transferred over to the Facts Hub, the HQ. If you haven't already clicked that follow or heart me up at the top by Fax's name, please do that now. For the cost of a penny, you can join the team. You can do this every single day, and helps to keep us relevant and on FYP. As I mentioned, there is a gift goal, and we'd love to reach it. But if you can't donate, all we ask is that you just interact in the comments, tap your little hearts out, and share out the live. Like I said, we're not even to 100K yet, so let's get to tapping, y'all. And we're only at 220 shares, so let's share out the live. Bring some traffic in here if you would. At the end of this live, if you have a chance, head over to YouTube and subscribe to Facts Still Matter there as well, and like a video. The subscriptions on YouTube are free, just like following your favorite creators here on TikTok. Lastly, let me just part by saying, be kind, smile at a stranger, and have a fuck your feelings kind of day.
Thank you, Eve. And for those of you who do make their way over to the FactsStillMatter.site, you can thank Eve because it's her baby, so to speak. So thank you, friend. I appreciate you very much.
Absolutely. I'll talk to you later, Steve.
You gonna wee? Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Not oil, propane. Needed a new propane tank. Bad thing to have happen in the middle of the winter in Vermont. But yeah, we're good now. All right. So I was saying that there was reporting on Rolling Stone. The title is Competent White Men Must Be in Charge. High-profile State Department appointee wrote last year. Darren Beattie, who was fired from Trump's first administration after attending a YT nationalist conference, is making a comeback. Trump's return to the White House is not only a second opportunity for the president to fulfill his political wish list, but a second chance for some of the most extreme figures in his first administration to climb the rungs of power. Trump's entered Darren Beattie, a former Trump staffer who was fired from the White House in 2016 after attending a YT nationalist conference. Beattie has now been tapped to serve as the State Department's acting undersecretary for public diplomacy and public affairs, according to a report from Semaphore. It's a mouthful, but it's a high-level office in the department. Beattie is notorious for his affiliations with some of the most noxious corners of Trump world, and his appointees to the influential State Department role has revived scrutiny on his past writings and statements. In October, for example, Beattie wrote on X, quote, "Competent white men must be in charge if you want things to work. Unfortunately, our entire national ideology is predicated on coddling the feelings of women and minorities and demoralizing competent white men. His fixation on denigrating racial minorities and women is long-standing. On January 6, 2021, while rioters stormed the Capitol in an attempt to prevent the Electoral College certification of former President Joe Biden, Beattie spent the day tweeting at prominent black political figures and organizations telling them they, quote, needed to learn their place and, quote, bend the knee to MAGA. Ibram Kendi needs to learn his place and take a knee to MAGA, learn his proper role in our society, he wrote to the famed black author. In May of 2023, Beattie wrote, middle-class and working-class white men are treated far worse in America than the Uyghurs in China. A reference to the Turkish descendant ethnic group targeted by Chinese government's ethnic cleansing campaigns. In 2020, the ADL denounced Beattie, who is Jewish, after he was appointed to the Commission for Preservation of America's Heritage Abroad, a group that funds preservation of mass graves and burial sites of Jews who were killed during the Holocaust in Eastern Europe. In Beattie's appointment, Secretary of State Marco Rubio is demonstrating that he is not distancing himself from the extremist hijacking of the American institutions currently roiling large swaths of the federal government. Competent white men must be in charge if you want things to work. This is some other things that he has said about other public figures. Tim Scott, Republican senator, black. Tim Scott needs to learn his place and take a knee to MAGA. BLM must take a knee to MAGA. They must learn their place. Imbrob Kendall needs to learn his place and take a knee to MAGA, learn his proper role in society. K. Joel James of the Heritage Foundation needs to earn her natural place and take a knee to MAGA. Yeah. And that person who was kicked out of the first Trump administration for being too extreme, apparently, is now back in the good graces, so to speak. Welcome to America. Hey, Misha, how are you?
Hey, Facts, what's up? Wagwan Facts.
I'm doing. Wagwan, Midea, my friend,
Good
Midea.
job, good job. I'm so proud of you. So I just woke up this morning and I noticed that the U.S. Postal Service has suspended all deliveries coming inbound from China. Did you see that?
I did not.
It's all
Looking
over
right now.
TikTok. So what that's gonna do is hurt a lot of small business who depend on getting goods from China. If you make cups, if you make shirts, if you make mugs, whatever you sit in your dining room, living room, or home office and you put together, supplies are gonna dry up if they're suspending until further notice. It's
Uh,
just
um,
crazy.
it looks like it was just updated 3 minutes ago. It says U.S. Postal Service to accept inbound parcels from China, Hong Kong again after temporary suspension.
Oh, so they
So
have lifted suspension 2 minutes. Okay.
it looks like it. This just it literally it just came down. They said on
Yeah.
Wednesday it would accept trade parcels from China and Hong Kong in a U-turn after a suspension following Trump's ending a trade provision this week used by retailers including Temu and Shein. My daughter's
Shein.
going to be devastated, and Amazon to ship low-value packages duty-free to the U.S. So it looks like they reversed course on that.
Thank God, because I'm like, it goes so far beyond the fact that, oh, make America great and buy US products when you're stifling the people from within. It's just crazy. It's really just crazy.
Yeah, well, crazy is one way to put it. How are you holding up?
I am good. Like, I've seen what's going on in the immigrant community, and honestly, I just stopped thinking about it because at the end of the day, you just got to do what you got to do. And I tell immigrants every day, tread above water, get in the least problems that you can get in. If you don't need to go anywhere, stay in. If you don't need to be in certain circles, it's not the time to be in certain circles. It's just a time to stay in and think about yourself and think about your kids. And it it's really hard, but it is what it is. Um,
Yeah,
Especially the US aid thing. I never knew how far US aid ran till my grandmother called me, who lived in Jamaica, and she said, so I got a message from the National Health Fund in Jamaica where they get like their medication for like hypertension, diabetes, XYZ through the government. And she's like, they're saying that we're gonna have to pay full price because the aid that they get from US aid will no longer be there in HF. And it's just crazy. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna see how best I can help you financially. But
mm,
it's just crazy the fact that other old people who are depending on this aid that the US usually give is just going to be cut completely. My mom was telling me that there are two schools in Jamaica that were like special education that the US usually fund. They have closed their doors until further notice. So
they
kids
have
are
no
not going
choice.
to school. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you think you F around and find out here, it's rippling all through the world. So it's just crazy.
Yeah, and I know we've spoken before. I mean, your community is always one that's had to fight, and I wouldn't blame anyone in your community for saying, you know what, we've done what we can. But I know you, and I know you'll continue to fight and be involved and speak out. It takes people in particular who look like me to do more.
Yeah. But facts, it was good just hopping on talking to you as usual. I'm gonna get back to work and I'll be listening in the comments as usual.
I love you, friend. Be safe out
Love
there.
you
Okay.
too. Bye
Take care.
facts.
All right. Bye. See, real life impact. It's like real life impact on people. And it's just a whim for the billionaires to go develop Riviera property, beachfront property in an area that's not ours. Morning, Lennon. How are you today?
Not so great. It's hard going through these up and down emotions of feeling like I've got power and we're going to work together, and then feeling like nothing we do is going to matter. I don't know what to do at this point. I feel like everybody's having conversations
Mm.
like you that are, it's extremely important for us to stay, on top of knowing what's going on. But it's not enough. Like, we need to all collectively come together and not stop protesting, not stop taking over all the capitals across the country and letting them know we're not okay with this, because apparently nobody in government's doing anything to stop it.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. So I know that there's the events today, and um, I want to be very careful how I say this. Listen, there is a lot of inconsistency and ambiguity around today's 50501 protests in all 50 capitals at some point today, noon Eastern time, whatever it might be. Um, and it seems a bit, again, just my opinions, okay? It seems a bit suspicious. So I have friends in my state capital who live in the city, and I have friends in state government, and I have friends in local news media as well, and I have for years. And they know nothing. There were no permit requests filed. There was no request for police presence. There was no request for additional security, no media credentials. In fact, many of my friends who have peers and colleagues in other state governments around New England have contacted them, and they're in the same boat. They don't know. No one seems to know anything. So I am not a conspiracy theorist. I just in this police state that we live in, just if you're gonna go, just have a plan, right? Just I said this yesterday. Be sure you have a plan. Head on a swivel. Make sure you've got contact numbers written on your arm. Make sure your friends know you're going. I would just be extremely cautious. I do not want to encourage anybody from not participating. I would be the ultimate hypocrite since I talk every day about people participating. This doesn't. This just feels fishy to me.
I completely agree with you on that. It seems weird that there's not more people in actual power speaking out about how this is a thing that we're all trying to collectively come together across the country in the different states. It is strange to not see them, like AOC or anybody, being like, "Hey, this is going on. Make sure you're there. Make sure you're protecting each other, looking out for one another." I agree with that. So that's why I'm saying, like, why isn't this just an every single day thing? All the communities stop trying to look for them to say something, to do something, and we all just start actually start coming together ourselves. Because I don't see how phone calls are making a difference. If you live in a red state, you're calling and talking to people who don't even care anyway about what you have to say. If they did, they wouldn't be doing the things that they're doing. So how are phone calls changing anything? How we're sending emails and letters changing anything? Mass amounts of people, like the asses in MAGA, that come together and spread violence in protest. We need to do the same thing, but peacefully. We need to not let up. We need to come together and show them that we're going to sit here and we're not going to put up with this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fine line, right, Lennon? Because we want to encourage people to start to express their voices. The whole true. If it's truly we the people, then let's show that it's we the people. But this just seems suspicious to me, and I say that because there is chatter in the deepest, darkest recesses of the web where a lot of the hate groups organize, and we know that. If you think back to what just happened when you released 1,500 criminals, including some violent criminals, who attempted to overthrow our government on January 6th, and then they're forgiven by the person who who they were working on behalf of. Now they feel like they're unfettered. They can do whatever they want, feeling like as long as they're standing up for the cause, right? Then they're going to literally get out of jail free card. Again, I'm just asking people to exercise caution. That's all. Just exercise
No,
caution.
yes, definitely. Then what do we do? Like, what is our other option? Because again, having these conversations, yes, opens up eyes. It makes people aware of what's going on, keeps us in the loop, so we know what we're supposed to be looking for and the little bit of things that we can do in our own direct lives to try to protect ourselves. But how is it actually stopping anything?
Yeah.
Like,
I agree. Yeah, I mean, like, thank you, Ben. Yeah, the resistance is there if you know where to look, right? And I think it's a matter of coordinated efforts. I think if you're asking me, so here's the thought, folks, and I talk about this a lot, and every day I have new idea pops into my head. I've said this before. Activism's a muscle. you've got to exercise it. If you're not used to being involved and it seems like it's scary at first, it doesn't always have to be political. But there are marginalized communities in our country that are under assault every single day, right? So maybe it's a cause in support of one of those marginalized groups. Like, do you have a houseless shelter in your community? Have you ever volunteered there? Have you ever gone to a rally? Have you ever volunteered at a Ronald McDonald House to help families with their kids who are suffering from cancer? I've been there and done that. Things like that, because the more you start to, dip your toe into the activism water, the easier it becomes. Then you start to network because there's people there that might have done other things. So the more you do, the more you'll do. That's the goal. So pick a cause, whatever it might be. Just even if it's just one, if it feels overwhelming, if there's something you care about, it could be animals. It could be animals. It could be anything. It's just about trying to get involved. And by the way, happy birthday to our friend Ben Dowdero. He's in the chat. Everybody say happy birthday to Ben. That's the point. That's the point. Activism and involvement. We see what happens with apathy. We saw protest voters who thought they were defending a cause, and now look what they've gotten. Don't do that. Be involved. Do something. Volunteer at your school. Go to a school board meeting. Volunteer in a classroom. Volunteer for an after-school activity. Things like that. I hope that helps at least some people who are trying to figure out what to do.
Again, I definitely appreciate the fact that you're one of these people that a lot of us know that we can come to and we can trust the information that you're sharing, that you'll give it to us straight, and that's something that I know needs to continue to happen, that we need to have people that are speaking the truth, that have factual evidence and aren't just going to, step around it. They're going to be completely honest and try to help us as best as they can. So thank you for that. I just, like many other people, we obviously feel very overwhelmed and unsure of what we're supposed to do to be able to help each other and really push back against everything that's going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a test, right? Right now is a true test. And like I said to start the show, if there's any potential silver lining from what we're going through, it may be this call to action for people peacefully. This may be it. This may be it. I mean, there are resistance groups forming, I'm sure, all across the country that are people that are aligned to try to help others, to try to connect the dots, to try to put resources in front of people, or to try to. Some people don't even know where to go or what to do. As entitled Americans as we are, when we're slightly inconvenienced for things, we cry and whine and complain. Well, now's not the time for that. Now's the time to be angry. So I'm on Team Angry. Expect a Team Angry t-shirt available soon in the merch store, by the way. But thank you, Lennon. I appreciate you.
Thank you too.
Have a good day, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, bye. I don't listen. I appreciate when people say things like that, and I'm here in the fight. I am totally here in the fight, and this is something that I am passionate about, and I've been saying the same thing. I'd like to think that at least people would know that I've been consistent about this shit, because I am. I care immensely. I was texting one of our friends in our mod team yesterday about how I feel overwhelmed because there's so many people that are suffering, and I want to help everybody, and I can't. I can't. I can't. But we have to find ways to motivate each other. And I don't think there's anything wrong with being angry. I really don't. How you express it, don't be your traditional emotional white conservative male who only emotion that he can express is anger. Don't do that, but let it fuel you. Let it fire you up. Let it motivate you. Let what you see happening say, this is fucking bullshit. I live in this country too. This is, whether you're proud of it, whatever the claim that you say, if you're proud to be in this country, then that's great. Well, then say, this is my country too. I'm not going to let the oligarchs take it over, because that's what they're doing. I've noticed also a little bit in right-wing spaces that they're not as loud as they were. They're not cheering like they were. And I'm not sure if they're starting to try to be quiet and distance themselves, but it's just strange. So Jam Love, you ask, how do we fight? I just gave you some examples, right, of how you fight. You fight by coordinating. You fight by activism. You fight by helping people, right? You fight by volunteering. I'll ask yourself this question right now. There's nearly 1,000 people in here. How many of you, and I want you to be honest with yourselves, how many of you have actively, turn that off. How many of you actively have seeked out volunteer opportunities in your life? Be honest with yourselves. Not if your son or daughter had an event at school and you were expected to go, but how many of you have actively sought out volunteer opportunities in your life? This might be something that's great. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm so glad to hear that. Keep doing that. Do it more. We have got to help people in our society because our government never really has, but in particular now. Donating your time, some of the things that I did when I was younger, they would have story time after school, and I would skip out of work early and go and just sit down with the kids that were in first and second grade, and we'd read. And it was some of the best moments of my life. And it was, again, it's not about me. I'm just asking people to do it. I'm asking people to get involved. Put your hand up. Put your hand up and say, I will help. If you've got resources, if you've got skills, if you drive by your neighbor's house and you see their garage falling apart, knock on their door and say, hey, I can help you fix your garage. Shit like that. That's what community does, right? That's what community does. No one's going to look out for the marginalized unless we do. The marginalized are property to our government. They're property. Women are property. LGBTQA are property. BIPOC community are property. The disabled people are property. Unless you're a white, cis, hetero, ideally Christian man in society, everybody else just sucks in their eyes. So what are you going to do? You're going to try to help? That's my wish. If you want to do me a solid, do that. That's all I can say. Just do that. Do something. Yeah, it's end times. Wake up. I agree. Hey, John, how are you today? John, are you there? John B. Fishing. Are you there? John? Hello, John. I guess not. Okay. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing.
Hey, Steve.
Hi, Hazel.
Hi, listeners. How's everyone? We're all in here together. Just wanted to agree with you 100% to get involved. This way you feel some type of control versus feeling out of control and helpless. There are also underground activism happening that, is not public. There are ways to find out about that as well when you start, participating and joining and volunteering. The one thing I am very concerned for me is because I am a survivor of the first attempt at the World Trade Center. I used to work in Tower 1 of the World Trade Center during the first attempt. If you remember that was in 1993, right? Because my daughter was just, born. And I live in New York City, right? So we're always a target. We go through everything. And so I'm like on hyper vigilance, not that I haven't been. I'm always a hyper vigilance, but now this takes me to a whole new level because, I don't want to get on the train. I fear that things are going to happen. And so this is extremely concerning for me. And if anyone who knows people, from, Lebanon or, Palestine, they're not going to take this sitting down. Don't think that this is going to happen and it's just going to be like, okay, you do what you want. No, they have allies too. And so that is my main concern living here in New York City, is that now I have to be even more hypervigilant because of my previous experience and all that. But I am doing an exit plan. I'm working very hard to do that so that I won't feel like there's no hope. I am volunteering so that I don't feel like there's no hope. I speak to my therapist. That way I can just vomit on her and just let out all my emotions
Yeah.
and cry. And, and also there are times when I get off of TikTok
Good
and
idea.
I just read a book or listen to an audible or I watch a movie, a rom-com, or I buy flowers for myself. You have to find something outside of this to get your bearings back, because if not, you will be a hot mess every single day with anxiety. You're not going to be able to sleep, and it's not good for your overall health. We need to get to a place where we can balance all of this, because this is just the beginning. There's going to be many more days, there's going to be many more weeks. And yes, Steve is great. We love him. We love to listen to him. He gives us great facts. But at the same time, we have to do some self-preservation and pour into ourselves the love that we deserve, because if not, we're going to get sick emotionally, spiritually, physically. Stress does that. And it's
It does.
important to be able to stay healthy.
Good call. I appreciate that, Hazel.
You're
Like
welcome.
like
Thank
everybody,
you.
wherever you are, just be safe out there. Okay, friend? Thanks for
Great.
jumping in today.
Thank you.
I
Have a
appreciate
good
you.
day. Bye.
You too. Um, she's right. Obviously, find time for it. But look, um, we talk about this often in our chat. With our mods, and I kind of sort of let the mods kind of know what's kind of on my mind, right? And it's impossible to cover everything, right? The news just comes at us a million miles an hour. It does, and it's weighing on me. I'll admit it's taking its toll, but I'm human too. But we all have to find ways to kind of navigate through it. And again, I think it's great advice. I go into the woods a lot. Thankfully, our dog helps with that energy. He's great. I play the guitar. I've been struggling with learning this one particular song, and I've been working on it. It's getting there. But shit like that, right? You're right. That's where I was going. ND and do. It's intentional. All these kinds of things, right? So remember how we're coming off of the inauguration and the focus was the pardons. Meanwhile, Doge is being built out. Meanwhile, they're going after all these government agencies. Then it shifted to these confirmation hearings for people like Pete Hegseth and others. By the way, Pam Bondi got confirmed as AG. The only Democrat to vote for her was fucking Fetterman. So hashtag punch Fetterman. Talk about letting people down. He's the only Democrat that voted for her nomination. The only one. The only one. And we are going to call them out. That's something else that we're tracking, by the way. So we'll provide you context of information for people who are supporting these candidates. It's crazy. There was another, I forget who the official was that was confirmed. He's relatively mild compared to the rest, but I don't want a single Democrat voting for any of his appointees, and we will call them out. Okay? We're going to call them out. Anyway, my point being is that the news coming at us at a million miles an hour. We're going to do our best to kind of navigate through this. I always have a plan going into sleepy time, but then shit pops, like the stuff with wanting to turn Gaza into the Riviera. We got to talk about that shit, right? Because again, guys, it's follow the money, right? It's follow the money. Yeah, he was confirmed to the VA. Doug Collins was a former senator, former congressman. At least he served. But yeah. Good morning,
Hello.
Erica. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I can absolutely back facts up on the. We're currently taking it in turns to have bad days, and I'm not even there. But this stuff weighs on me because my TikTok community is mostly American. And I'm in contact with all of you guys off app as well. And so this absolutely, I am empathizing hard right now. I think the thing to remember is, and I keep saying this, get mad, not sad. Like you said earlier, use that energy use that energy in a positive way, because it's super easy for when we feel overwhelmed for us to slip into that, and it takes some thoughtfulness and some effort from us to put that into the mad column rather than the sad column. So if you're currently feeling sad, make a plan. Spend your time making a plan. What previous people have said, have I heard someone say yesterday, which is a great plan. Spend some time on Google Maps looking for routes, 4 or 5 different routes to exit wherever it is you live, and then spend some time copying those into a paper road atlas. Have somewhere you're going to go if you need to, and the thing is, there's no harm in being over prepared, but potentially there is in being underprepared.
Correct.
So yeah, we're team mad, we're team angry. Get yourself a first aid kit together as well. Nicolas Cage has a great video about things that to put in a first aid kit if you have access to them. If you spend listen, we've laughed at preppers for years. All of us have been laughing at them for years. Turns out the preppers weren't the ones that needed to be prepping. So perhaps we become preppers, right?
That's a really good point. Somebody mentioned too while you're talking, Erica, we have a mutual aid channel in our Discord along with a mental health channel. Are you okay? As you guys know, we've done these events in the past. If you are looking for an individual to help, if you spend some time in the mutual aid channel, first of all, once you navigate through the tiers, there are people there that are in need. So all these kinds of things, and I think it's a really good point. Just be prepared, right? It's better to be prepared than to not be prepared, right?
Yeah, have a little go bag with a couple of changes of clothes. Some, if you can, some cash. Just have those, and listen. The thing is, the likelihood is you won't need to use those things, but if it gives you peace of mind, having that locked away somewhere in your house, having it in the boot of your car, just in case, then
That would be the trunk, friends. That'd be the trunk.
sorry, the trunk of, all right, whatever. Listen, when it comes to autumn,
Some people may not know. I'm just saying.
Yeah. The boot is the trunk. Although why you name it after an elephant, nobody knows. But why I name it after a shoe, nobody knows. But this is the point. All of that stuff. The more prepared you can be for the just in case scenario, the more you're gonna be settled in your brain that you're gonna know what to do if something happens, and that helps us all out, because you can, look. There's this thing I teach kids this all the time. You can only be in control of what is within your scope of control. You can't be in control of any of the rest of it, and if you continue to overly concern yourself with stuff that you can't do anything about,
right,
then you are you're unwillingly giving away control over yourself to other people. So control the things that you can control, and I promise you it will make you feel a million times better.
So well said. I appreciate that, Erica, and thank you again for all the merch that we have in our merch store. You guys can all thank Erica. So America. You can all thank Erica. So do me a favor by doing Erica a favor by appreciating her work and go pick up some merch, including there's the I Dissent T-shirt. I think that would be appropriate. Obviously, everyone's favorite. I am fucking Zen, and a new shirt, the fuck Trump in Morse code, and soon to be Team Angry. So again, thank you everybody for that.
Did I make the fucking feral T-shirt? Did I make that?
Feral as fuck? No, you did not.
Feral as fuck. I've made the thing for it. I'll do that now. That'll be the next one in there, because I've made the logo for it. I just haven't put it in. So I will do that now. Anyway, bye guys.
Appreciate you, Erica. Talk to you later. Bye. Stand by. See, when you have an amazing team behind you that is responsive to the things that are happening, they make things like this. Yep. The sad truth of our reality now. I get it, Mew. I get you're sad, and that's okay, right? It's okay to be sad, but you got to get mad. You got to get angry. I called some people out yesterday. If you saw the end of the show yesterday, your boy was hot. Calling people out, saying, we shouldn't be screaming at our kids. Fuck, we shouldn't. It's not that you're angry at them. It's your anger should show them what's at stake, right? Your anger, because of what's happening to the world and how it will impact them, could serve as a reminder of what's at stake. Apathy is where democracies go to die. Plain and simple. That's it. If you want to make a change, in the immortal words of Michael Jackson, take a look at yourself and make the change, right? You want to make the world a better place, do something. That's all I'm asking for. All right. So, I know a lot of people are requesting, and I want to get to everybody today, so let's just do that. And there's so many things we can talk about, but I know a lot of people have a lot on their mind, so let's just get that done.
Hi, Fat.
Hi, Rachel. How you doing?
I'm doing okay considering.
Exactly.
Yes, I follow you. I've been following you for several months now, and I'm in New Hampshire. I understand that you're a New Englander too.
I am indeed. I tend. I'll exclude you, but I have some direct criticism of your state, but that's
Please.
totally fine. I'm sure
Go
you
ahead.
do too.
Yes. Yes. So yes, I just woke up and saw the news of two of our senators that just kind of appeased Trump and his ways here. So I'm not thrilled about that. So my predicament is that my husband is from Brazil. And so we are in the I-130 process. We are getting the we have our interview in a few weeks, so it is making progress. And actually, we reached out to Senator Chris Pappas, and he actually helped us out to move that along. And I want to take action. I want to go to the Concord protests, but I was talking to him about it yesterday, and he's scared. He's scared because there's going to be cops there. There's going to be all sorts of, and he doesn't want to jeopardize his status here. He's got enough friends in Massachusetts that have seen ICE outside their doors and all that. Yeah, thank you for the advice there. Don't go. That's where he was leaning on it. Yes, and
why give them an opportunity? That's the way I look at it, Rachel. I mean, I don't want to discourage activism. That would be hypocritical based on everything I've said this morning. But why give people an opportunity to take advantage of someone, especially in the bit of a precarious position that you and your family are in right now? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't give them that.
You're absolutely right. And I'm on your side also about not turning it to sadness, turning it to anger. And I'm very angry. And so just like I think Erica was up here saying is that, you got to balance it. You got to have that anger, but also be zen. Like, you got to work on your mental health while you're, legitimately processing this anger and whatever you're going to do with it. And I need to have an outlet. And that's why I'm trying to find something that I can feel involved in. And honestly, I'm not from New Hampshire. I'm from Maine, but I moved.
Maine. We like Maine a lot. I live there too.
Yeah, that's more my energy, right? So he was in Massachusetts. I was in Maine. We moved together to New Hampshire. So I'm still kind of new here. And so I don't know what programs there are available where I am. I did look up something in the counties. I went actually on Johnny Pomadouse's live, and he gave me some of that feedback to go ahead and join Indivisible and the county Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
And I found one in my town, and there's like a little meeting, I guess, the next couple nights. And my husband is like leery about that because, you know, he's nervous, and I'm like, it's not a protest, it's a meeting. So, you know, I'm trying to figure, like, I guess that would be in my mind a starting point. What are your thoughts?
I agree. It's baby steps, right? Got to crawl before we can walk. And I think that if you've never done something like that before, this is a great opportunity to do it. I that seems a little safer.
Okay, so just go to the one that's in town and stay low key.
I don't want to give you that advice. Everybody's got to make their own decisions based on their own circumstance, but to me that seems a little bit safer than the ambiguous rallies at state capitals. Does that make
I
sense?
like that. It makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much for your feedback, and thank you for all that you do. I really missed you during like that little like what we had, that little bump during the election
Yeah.
moments.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, because I was flailing. I think everybody was flailing, and you know, I'm glad that I see that you're also on YouTube. I started following you a little bit on YouTube.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. So I see it's harder for me to go into like YouTube because I've gotten so lazy. I'd rather scroll than see a commercial.
I get that. Yeah, no commercials for us yet
Good.
over on
All right.
YouTube, but
All
at
right.
some point maybe, who knows. Thank
All
you,
right.
Rachel. Be safe out there, okay? Thanks a lot for being
Thank
here.
you.
You
You
got it. See you
too.
later. All right, bye.
Bye.
Um, it's good advice, right? I mean, I think that everybody, again, don't want to be a broken record here, but everybody's got to do what's best for them. So, just a little bit more news. We talked about this earlier. This is about the United Nations Health Council. This is also disturbing, but again, as we say every single second of every single day, follow the money, right? Because there needs to be, first of all, they have to figure out a way to fund this sovereign wealth fund and all these little things. Don't look at each one of them in a vacuum. Look at the collective, right? Defunding the Department of Education, stopping grant and programs, although that was deemed unconstitutional, although we'll see, cutting Department of Education funding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All these things are kind of related. They take money to fund these programs, right? But this one is quite disturbing. So this is about the United States Human Rights Council. God, why would we prioritize human rights? Yeah, why would we do that? That's weird.
That, as you've expressed, numerous actions taken by a number of bodies of the United Nations, which exhibit a deep anti-American bias.
Just not true. More rhetoric.
We have an executive order prepared for your attention that would withdraw the United States from the UN Human Rights Council, would withdraw the United States from the UNRWA, which is a refugee organization, and would also
withdraw our nation from an organization that helps refugees. Okay.
Review American involvement in UNESCO, which has also exhibited anti-American bias. More generally, the executive order calls for a review of American involvement and funding in the UN in light of the wild disparities in levels of funding among different countries that, as you've expressed previously, is deeply unfair to the United States.
Deeply unfair to the United States? The biggest economy in the world, the world's, by definition, the only superpower, and people who are starving are a threat to the United States? Rhetoric. You'll hear it on Fox News. They'll talk about it in right-wing circles. They'll turn that into wasteful spending.
So I've always felt that the UN has tremendous potential. It's not living up to that potential right now. It really isn't, hasn't for a long time. It has, there are great hopes for it, but it's not being well run, to be honest, and they're not doing the job. A lot of these conflicts that we're working on should be settled, or at least we should have some help in settling them. We never seem to get help. That should be the primary purpose of the UN, the United Nations. And again, it's got great potential, and based on the potential, we'll continue to go along with it, but they got to get their act together.
He doesn't know the difference. This specifically is about the UN Health Council, not the entire United Nations. This is about the UN Health Council, which helps supports refugees, including Palestinian refugees that have been displaced and that will not be allowed back in Gaza. Let's be real about that. It'll be a Trump Plaza. So let's continue to go after the people who are suffering the most. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He got his ass handed to him by Trudeau and Scheinbaum in that whole little tariff fight. China has introduced retaliatory tariffs, and because he knows he got smoked, we now come up with this plan. Let's cut funding for humanitarian aid around the world. Yeah, that's America first. His base will gobble it up because he'll convince them, and the right-wing media machine will convince them that it's the right thing to do, right? America first. But let's go turn Gaza into the Riviera. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Nothing to see here. Nothing at all to see here. Fascism, friends. Everybody keep tapping and sharing. Hey, Brett. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing, brother. How you doing today?
About the same.
I feel you, man. I feel you. No, it's just I'm heading to Austin right now. For our Capitol protest and everything, and I'm listening to this EO and everything that he signed. But does it surprise anybody? Because he doesn't care that our own children are being unalived in schools.
Nope.
Do we think that he's going to care if any other children don't have food or shelter or aid or anything like that? Like, we don't,
Nope.
as American citizens, we don't even care about the children who are being unalived here.
That's correct. America First, I would think, would address problems at home, right, Brett? Isn't that what America First
Well,
is supposed to be, right?
well, America First, I really think it's just a misnomer for white people first, honestly.
That right there.
White men first, I should say. Let me clarify. White men first is
Right.
what you know, other than that, no, it's not Americans first. It's not U.S. citizens first. It's not people first. It's not at all. And it's just, it pisses me off, man.
Yeah. I know. Listen, man, I know you're going, but head on a swivel today. I know you're used to this, but you're not exactly an unknown figure in your state.
Yeah.
So you got my number. I'm assuming there may be another first phone call, but you got my number. But man, be safe, and I'll just be curious. Again, I'm sure you would agree. Everybody's got to make up their own decision as to what they want to do today and how it's going to go, and
Oh, yeah.
everybody's got to look out for their own peace. But depending on where you are, certain states will probably be better than others. But just be safe out there, man. Just be safe
Uh,
out there.
oh, yeah. I would, to anybody listening, yeah, if you're worried, the red states probably aren't the best states to do this if you're worried about retaliatory type stuff. And I know a lot of fellow protesters and activists who have great advice, like, wear face coverings, don't wear contacts because if you get maced, it burns it and everything, wear glasses and everything, long sleeves. But yeah, I'm almost in a fucking sleeveless today because fuck them. I want them to see my face at this point.
You're a brave man. I mean, I think this is, you're the kind of person whose voice obviously needs to be heard. But I think it's safe to say that people know who you are.
Yeah, but I mean, there's going to be a couple of people that I know of. A couple of my friends are going to be there too. All of my Austin people. So I'm not too worried. And if it comes down to it, listen, I've been arrested for saying fuck, so I'm not
True.
too worried about anything else.
Yeah.
So, but also, when you're in, like, to your point, Steve, you got to do what is best for you yourself. Because
Right.
me, after you lose a child, you don't have anything to lose at this point, right? Which is why I'm able to just go and show my face blazingly and shit like that. So
Right.
do what is best for you, not what is best for me, because what is best for me is probably not best for somebody else, especially if you do not have the same complexion as I do. So, just be careful.
Do you know if there was a permit for Austin? Do you know if there was any permits issued?
I don't know, but I know that Austin is so open that you really don't have to have a permit unless you're setting up speakers, really,
Okay.
because people come all the time, and there's hardly any permits unless they're doing like big speaking gathering with podiums and stuff like that. So
Well, just do us all a favor because there's 1,100 people in here and most everybody knows who you are. Just let us know you're doing okay.
oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm gonna go live at some point. I know,
I figured that.
like Hector, Thickless, like all the other right wing or not right wing, goddamn, left wing creators are gonna be there with me. So we'll all be
Okay.
live at some point. So
All right. Well, be safe out there, buddy. We're with you. We appreciate you what you're doing, and like you said, take Brett's advice, everyone. Obviously, he's got many reasons that none of us would ever want to experience as to why he's doing it. But everybody, be cautious. Do what's right for you. Do what's right for you.
yeah, appreciate it, brother. Much love, man.
Love you, buddy. See you later. Take care of yourself.
Hey, love you too. And by the way, your state doesn't exist.
That's true. Let's keep it that way. Okay, sorry about that. Brand spanking new shirt in the merch store. Just made. Feral as fuck. So go get that. Thank you, Erica. I appreciate you very much. That's like on demand merch as we bang through our days here. All right, everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Appreciate you guys very much. Let me just check for new subscribers. Oh, thank you to Marie for subscribing. Thank you to Sam. Appreciate you very much. You guys are fabulous individuals. Thank you, Shell. Hi, Chelsea.
Hi, Steve. How are we this morning?
We are doing okay. How are you?
I am hanging in there. I just wanted to give a couple words of advice as somebody who's been involved in activism since she was about 12. I do believe the word for it my teacher used was spirited.
Hmm.
If you are getting out there, you are going to be participating in any protests or anything today. A good thing to note is if you can find any legal counsel that deals specifically with helping people who have been arrested at protests, write their number on your upper arm in a
Right.
Sharpie and make sure you've got everything covered. From personal experience, it will depend if you do get arrested as to how nice the officer arresting you is and what kind of day they have had, as to whether or not they're going to let you access numbers in your cell phone. If you do have the ability to have a cell phone that is kind of just a burner phone with nothing in it, I have one that I use for travel and protests entirely. Bring that instead, because if they are able to gain access to your cell phone, it can also create other issues. And if you're looking to get involved, go into the Book of Face and look for local activism groups around you. I've moved many different cities and a couple different countries, and you're always able to connect with people that way, which will help you get involved, even if it is just printing flyers and putting them up so that you're in a safe space outside of the actual protest.
I love that. That's really good advice. I mean, that seems to be consistent for most people. And again, just the overall theme. The overall theme today for these protests is everybody's got to make decisions that's best for themselves, right? And I think Brett's
Yeah.
advice was really good. I think if you're in a red state and you're going there to protest, it may not be as safe a spot as a blue state. It's a very entitled thing to say, but that just may be the reality.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody stay safe out there today. If you're going out, if you're staying in, I appreciate that too. There's lots of support coming from behind the scenes.
Thank you, Chelsea. I appreciate you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Whee!
Nice. She got the cue. Somebody just asked about how you can subscribe. You can subscribe at FactsStillMatter.site. Then you go to the perk section. You can subscribe right there. That's where all of our merch is as well. I got to take a quick break. If mods, is anybody available to jump in real quick and just to do another mod announcement real quick? Otherwise, you'll just have to deal with 45 seconds of silence. Hold on a second. Who's that? Moth. Thank you, friend. I'll be right back.
Good morning, friends. I would say good morning to Fax, but he's already gone. Hope everybody is doing well today. Hope everybody is going to stay safe if they plan on going to any activities today. There's lots of great advice in the chat, so make sure you're paying attention. While Fax is away, let's go ahead and keep tapping that screen. We are at 186K. Let's get up to at least 200K, but I know we can do a lot better than that. I know y'all can get it up there. There's 1,000 of us in here. Let's also get them shares up today. We're just under 500. We can definitely get that up as well. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. And good morning, everybody who's saying good morning. Let's see. Yeah, like Steve said, if you need to subscribe or resubscribe after, TikTok did its thing, go to the FactsStillMatter.site. You can resubscribe there or, become a new subscriber. It's $3 a month, or you can get a discount if you do an annual subscription. Subscribing gets you all sorts of perks and benefits. You can get a discount in our merch store. And as Steve showed earlier, we have a brand spanking new shirt, which I definitely need for my collection.
There. Feral
There it is.
Fuck.
And it comes in black.
It does come in black, and Team Angry shirts soon available as well. So there you go.
But yeah, you also get access to any subscriber-only events that we do. You can join our Discord. You do not have to be a subscriber to join the Discord, but like I said, if you are, you can get into some subscriber-only events when we get those going, like movie nights, fun things like that. But even if you're not a subscriber, the Discord is an amazing place to be. It is just a wonderful, wonderful community. You will definitely love being there.
I appreciate you very much, friend. Very much.
Yep. How are you doing today?
I'm here. I'm standing. I'm running on no sleep and caffeine, but I'm good otherwise.
I feel like I'm running on no sleep, even though I slept pretty decently last night, but I woke up this morning feeling like I was up all night.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but everybody in my house woke up feeling that way.
It's like the dog's looking at me like, are you going to go to bed or what?
Why aren't we in bed yet, Dad?
Yeah, exactly. Again, thanks again for being here. I appreciate you. You want to wee out?
Not a problem. Stay zen.
Thank you. I am fucking zen. Wee. Thank you guys for that. So, just shifting gears a little bit. We're obviously trying to track the news as it comes in. There was reporting about the U.S. Postal Service shutting down inbound shipments from China. They have since gone back on that. They have reinstituted that for whatever reason. I don't know. There is an Apple iPhone update, and I'm trying to get a little bit more information on this. That includes Starlink potentially. I don't know. So I don't trust anything anymore. Seriously. I'm not opposed. Somebody just asked the question. I'm not opposed to having conversations with opposition, but at this point, unless there's someone who really wants to talk about having their regretting their vote, then what's the point? I'm not gonna engage with people who are Yahtzees and who are who are fucking Nazis. I don't fucking care. Do what the hell you're gonna do, TikTok. You're gonna do it anyway. I'm just not gonna engage. Whole thing. So yeah. Okay. Everybody continue to like and share the live. We appreciate you. We got a few other things I'll cover off on the news, but so far, I want to share this story. This is from Speaker Mike Johnson. He posted this on X. The United States stands firmly with Israel and the people of the Middle East, which haven't experienced peace in many, many, many years. Violence and hatred do not have to define the region's future. Today, President Trump took bold action in hopes of achieving lasting peace in Gaza. We are hopeful this brings much needed stability and security to the region. I mean, really? That's their play? Really? Another story that came down, again, because there's so much freaking news that gets thrown at us, like talk about a fire hose. So there's been more and more conversations about what we're going to do with Ukraine. So remember one of the promises that Trump made to his base, the twice impeached, four-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, felon, reelected president, Yahtzee, what they were going to do with Ukraine. So there was concern about, a Trump presidency would mean reduced funding for Ukraine or no funding. And again, if you truly care about ending the war, why has there been no pressure on Vladimir Putin to just withdraw his troops from his illegal invasion? Well, now, the headline from NBC, Trump says he will continue funding Ukraine's war effort, but he wants something rare in return. Not sure you guys heard about this, but President appears to have adopted a proposal first made last year that offers strategic partners such as the U.S. special access to Ukraine's glut of natural resources. He being Trump, wants Ukraine's bonanza of rare earth and critical minerals in exchange for the billions of dollars in military aid Washington has been supplying to Kyiv. It's an idea previously suggested by Republican senators and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who sought to appeal to Trump's deal maker, thus ego persona, as a way of keeping alive Washington's support of Kyiv. Quote, we're looking to do a deal with Ukraine where they're going to secure what we're giving them with their rare earth and other things. First of all, he doesn't know what the fuck rare earth is. He has no clue. Trump told reporters in the Oval Office Monday, I want security of the rare earth, and they're willing to do it. As well as being a global breadbasket, Ukraine is a huge supplier of wheat and other agricultural commodities. The country also has a rich seam of rare earth and critical minerals, such as lithium, gallium, neodymium, and crucial in producing a vast range of technologies that include electric vehicle batteries. Remember that one, electric vehicle batteries, solar panels, and cutting-edge military hardware. As such, the U.S. and China, among others, have increasingly coveted them. So this is a race, right? Again, what are we supposed to follow, friends? Here's a clue, chat. Are you paying attention? Follow what? Follow the money. Yep. It's fucked up. Okay. I find myself shocked when I agree with Rand Paul, but I've been agreeing with him quite a bit more lately. So he posted on X, the pursuit of peace should, this is from Rand Paul, the pursuit of peace should be that of the Israelis and the Palestinians. I thought we voted for America first. We have no business contemplating yet another occupation to doom our treasure and spill our soldiers' blood. That's from Rand Paul, right? Again, the pursuit of peace should be that of the Israelis and the Palestinians. I thought we voted for America first. We have no business contemplating yet another occupation to doom our treasure and spill our soldiers' blood. That's crazy. Yes, Rand Paul is an isolationist, no doubt about it. But to hear him calling it out in such stark terms, it's interesting. Legends. And our team strikes again. Topical information. Yeah, Doge. Dangerous oligarchs grabbing everything. There you go. Yep. Dangerous oligarchs grabbing everything. Doge. Doge. Well played, friend. We'll leave that one up for a while. Well played. All right, let's go. Let's talk to Benny, our Canadian neighbor who probably wants to not rent to us anymore. Hey, Benny.
Friendly neighbor from up north. How's it going, eh?
It's going, buddy. It's going.
Yeah. I woke up this morning, poured myself a cup of coffee, stood above my perch, and I looked down to the United States, and I told myself, that's pretty fucked up. Hey guys, look over there. It's pretty
It's
fucked
like,
up,
what's
eh?
that smell? It's like, what's
What's
that
that
smell?
smell?
Yeah.
Smells like bullshit and burning.
Mm.
Oh, just hearing that fucking sack of potatoes covered in Cheeto dust going on about we're gonna make it a Riviera. We're gonna get all the people, the Palestinian people, get all the people there. It'll be great. Everyone will love it. Holy shit! And the sad thing is, a lot of us aren't even surprised that he's looking to do that. That he's doing that.
That's a good point, right? I mean, we're not surprised. We predicted it. I mean, even those of us that have been paying attention, I don't think predicted it at this scale. Like I saw the Gaza thing coming, not like this though. I certainly saw that. I didn't see all the specifics around the cuts to USAID and giving fucking Elon Musk and his tech bros keys to the treasury. Didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
And the sovereign wealth fund, I saw them stealing from Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, VA benefits, etc. But I didn't see it described as a sovereign wealth fund because, listen, they got to figure out a way to buy Gaza.
Yeah, and going through the comments on my socials, wading through the muck, the usual anti-Canadian rhetoric. Now we've got Americans booing the Canadian national anthem.
Saw that.
Way to go! You got us good there, bud. Oh yeah.
Saw that. Yeah, I'm sure that really bothers
I'm
you.
torn up over that. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking crying my eyes out, bud.
Right. Shit. Like I know. Like we could at least we could always count on Canada. I mean, and some of your PMs have been very critical. Is it Doug Ford? I know he's not the most popular guy, but he's been pretty critical. He's been like, don't listen.
So
this is a uniting,
problems with
potentially a Canadian unifying cause, so to speak, bud.
Well, so there is a council of the premiers, and two of them didn't show up, and that would be the premiers of Alberta and Saskatchewan. But honestly, they're kind of fucking useless. If I'm going to be honest, Danielle Smith is a Trump bootlicker. Her lips are covered in Cheeto dust, and it's pretty obvious where she's been. But no, they've been pretty unified, and Doug Ford's a divisive character for sure. He's
always has been, right? He's
always has been. Dude's like he's not consistent. You can't trust him. You really can't. What else was I gonna say here? It's again, it's funny seeing a lot of Americans go, "Oh, we stand with Canada. We support Canada. We love Canada," and that's great. Thank you. We appreciate it. But here's the thing: is when they're saying these things, they're saying, "Well, we didn't vote for them. We're not like those guys. We're not like other Americans." Like I want folks to just stop. Okay, it's very much giving like all lives matter, not all men kind of energy. Like we appreciate the sympathy and we appreciate the love, but guys, do something about it because we can't hold your hands through this one. We love you. We do, but we don't want to move in with you. We're seeing other people right now. That's the state of the world. That's where we're at.
Yeah, it's not me, it's you.
Well, it was because when Mark Carney was on the Daily Show, he was saying the same thing. It's like we like you, we don't want to move in with you.
Exactly. I mean, I see these are the kinds of things, and we joke about this stuff, Benny, but full well these things have potential long-term consequences. So
Absolutely.
Again, guys, about the money, right? So all of a sudden, the volatility and the instability of the U.S. government as a trading partner is now in question. So who's going to be there? It's going to be China. They are the ones. You think Colombia wants to consistently sell? I worked in the coffee industry, and the Colombian coffee is some of the best, if not the best, coffee grown on earth.
Oh yeah.
Do you think they're going to want to continue to trade with such a volatile trading partner who threatens them then with tariffs? Nope, they're not.
No.
Brazil and their
No.
lumber, all these countries around the world that nobody ever talks about that we get resources from. When you're talking about global threats, and again, guys, history doesn't repeat; it rhymes. Isolationism coming off the Depression in 1920s and 30s led to the rise of the fucking Reich. Here we are again,
It's
except guess what? It's right here on our shores.
it's a common tactic of narcissists, malignant narcissists. They will triangulate, they will isolate you, and that's what he's doing to America, isolating it from all its allies and closest friends.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
and I got asked a question where I'm like, do you think Canada could ever forgive America, and do we just need to maintain boundaries? Do we need to, like, what should we be doing? And my honest opinion about that is, look, we love America. You guys were some of our closest friends, or our largest trading partner, right? We love you, but we don't like that you're hurting us.
Yeah.
So the road to forgiveness, I don't know. Like, it's definitely not going to happen under Trump's administration, right? It's going to take a while to mend that bridge if both parties are interested. It's going to take a while. But at
I
this
agree.
point, we're going to have to establish some healthy boundaries. And thankfully, because our international relationships are, I would say, quite strong. A lot of that due to our prime minister. He's a very effective diplomat and public speaker.
Yeah.
So we're looking at other options, and that's just where we have to go. We have to not get too hung up on this breakup. It sucks. Breakups suck. Nobody likes to have to deal with them, but we got to keep our stick on the ice right now. And I got some comments when I was replying to that post. Some dudes, like, again, just going gung ho, like, oh man, Canada doesn't know what's going to hit them. Like, he shared a clip of United States Armed Forces at a mess hall eating steak and lobster. To those who know what that means, I'm thinking, like, is that a threat?
Well, like you said, like the end of the relationship, Canada's going to ghost the U.S. and delete us from your phone.
Yeah, it's a tough breakup.
Yeah.
We're all hurting, and it's not to say that Canada isn't gonna suffer from it. We are, but we'll manage.
It
We'll pick
will.
ourselves back up, because that's what you got to do
And this
after a
is one of
breakup. You have. Sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
I was going to say, this is one of those things that, again, that the Biden administration will not get enough credit for, because similarly, during the first reign of terror, 2016 to 2020, the Trump administration round one, the fracturing of our relationships abroad, not just with our adversaries, but with our allies, constantly admonishing NATO countries. And it took a coalition headed up by Joe Biden to kind of reunite our allies towards a cause, in this case, of fighting back against Russia, providing humanitarian aid to other organizations. Everybody was all in, right? Again, not enough credit given to Joe Biden during that time. That's what he's really good at. That's when Joe's at his best. And here we are once again. All that work for nothing.
Yeah, I was, because for my daughter, we got her a couple of books, like the Golden Spine books, and these ones. One was
Awesome.
about Dolly Parton, Betty White. Another one was Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and it kind of
Beautiful.
breaks my heart reading that book on RBG, thinking, like,
I know.
and it's so sad to think that all of that hard work has just been pissed down the fucking drain.
I know, buddy. Well, like you always say, keep your stick on the ice.
That's it, pal. That's it. Fucking keep your stick on the ice. Team Canada is very much elbows out, and or sorry, elbows up. And I think that those in America fighting back against fascism, the anti-fascist folks like people in this community. I think we need to echo that sentiment. Look at what Canada is doing, because we're uniting for a
Agreed.
for a common purpose, and I think that's what you guys need. You need to learn from that example,
Hmm.
and we're watching from the sidelines, but again, we're keeping our distance right now, and understandably so.
Understood, buddy. Thanks for being here as always, Benny. Appreciate the
Of
support.
course, Steve, take her easy, bud.
You too, Lynn. See you later. So this is some audio. I talked about this earlier. This is United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Listen to his words, okay, friends. Listen to his words.
the president, in an act of extraordinary friendship to our country, knowing
He's referring to the president of El Salvador, by the way.
the challenges we face in the U.S., has agreed to the most unprecedented and extraordinary migratory agreement anywhere in the world. He has agreed to accept for deportation any illegal alien in the United States who is a criminal from any nationality, be they.
Okay, willing to accept people that are on Tom Homan's deportation list, right? Okay.
MS-13 or Tren de Aragua, and house them in his jails. And he's also offered to do the same for dangerous criminals currently in custody and serving their sentences in the United States, even if they're U.S. citizens or legal residents.
What was that? What was that?
In custody and serving their sentences in the United States, even if they're U.S. citizens or legal residents.
Say that again. What was that?
To do the same for dangerous criminals currently in custody and serving their sentences in the United States, even if they're U.S. citizens or legal residents.
Muchas gracias. Feliz noche.
So, United States citizens can just be what? Deported to El Salvador and be jailed there for what exactly? And I'm glad you said that, Amanda. In certain states, we all know that women who attempt to get reproductive health care, in some cases are considered felons. So would that include them? Would it include somebody who talks on TikTok from 8 to noon every day? Would I be an enemy and then locked up and then deported to El Salvador? Say that again. What was that? What did you say there, Marco? I just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
To do the same for dangerous criminals currently in custody and serving their sentences in the United States, even if they're U.S. citizens or legal residents.
Even if they're U.S. citizens and legal residents. Wow. That's good to know. So apparently, America First, it's it's getting narrower and narrower. So you could be, so then are you going to get the chip? Are you going to get a number written on your arm? History rhymes. You're going to get a number written on your arm to say that you're one of the good ones? Do you have to put lamb's blood around your doorway so that you're known that you're one of the good ones? Right? Secretary of State of the United States going public at a press conference saying that United States citizens, even if you're legal, even a citizen of our nation, a United States citizen could be sent to an El Salvadoran jail. A lot of the gang talk that you hear, gangs like MS-13 and others, they talk about their origins being in some El Salvadorian prisons. That's good. It's good to know. I'm so glad that they're looking out for American citizens. America first, right? Cool. Yeah, that's great. I hate it here. Man, oh man. It just every single day. This is why we have to talk about this shit. And I know it's overwhelming. I know it's immensely disturbing, but it's got to be talked about. Gringo, then leave? No, I'm not a coward. I'll stand and fight. You're the one that should leave. Because you don't care about your country. I do. I care about the people in it.
Hey, how are you?
Dr. Steele, how are you today? Thanks for joining.
Yeah, I'm doing very well. Very, very well. So I came up just because I remember during Trump's last presidency and how crazy it was in the public health realm because literally it was like every single day of new information, misinformation, disinformation. And as kind of other people have talked about, it's just kind of controlled chaos, right? And so I think it's natural to process through your grief, all the things, the anger, the fear, all the things with that, right? But then when you get to the acceptance part, right, we begin to be more proactive instead of reactive because, we can't really depend upon external, right? We can't depend on, good information from the media. Obviously, we can depend on people such as yourself and creators that are similar, but even still, it's really about self-sufficiency and sustainability, especially now with the farmers and things like that. And I've been saying this for years, you have to get off the food supply. Not only, are there going to be even more shortages, but also too, the food in general just is not healthy. And so to be able to withstand this, I'm part of the 92%, this is just another day in, in paradise, so I think just, make sure that, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Keep your bandwidth with you, stay hydrated, protein, and really, again, this is a mental and a spiritual war, right? And so, yes, there are physical things that can be done, but there's also, it does us no good if we're not mentally and emotionally fit. So, definitely follow me if you guys need any kind of, reset on that. And, keep up the good work. And I'll figure out how to join your Discord. Discord's always so funky. So
It is, and Dr. Steele, there is an Are You Okay? It's our mental health sort of check-in channel. That we do have a channel specific for mental health in our Discord. It's called Are You Okay? Where we put a lot of resources in, and I think that may be a spot for you to spend some of your time. Obviously, you're welcome to
yeah,
participate
oh
in anything,
yeah, for sure. Well, I
but
think it's important, just because, I remember during COVID, because we were hit just incessantly, intensely, and a lot of it was just a lot of the fear and the anxiety because of the misinformation, right? And he is just, as he just loves the spin and he loves the chaos. And so we were fighting to get in public health to get proper information out to people so that they absolutely knew what they could do proactively instead of reactively. And again, I teach a lot in terms of knowing your own data, knowing your own health information, knowing your labs, knowing your information so you can advocate for yourself in the healthcare system as well. Because again, they're now restricted. I mean, all the systems, just are buckling under pressure right now. And, we're all in this together and we're all going to make it through. It's just, it's going to take a little bit of time. But yeah, I'll definitely spend a little bit of time and figure out how to get in there and definitely offer some support and assistance just to make sure everybody's, staying focused and staying clear. This is not a time to break down and feel sorry for yourself. This is a time to pull yourself together, big girl, big boy pants, right? And let's pull some personal power, self-worth, self-love, self-acceptance, and, resist this whole chaos. So.
good call. Good call. I appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Steele. I appreciate you
All
being
right,
here.
cool. Thank you. Bye.
Have a good day. Bye. um, yeah, fair. I get that. So anyway, sorry for the distraction. So there's another story that's been circulating because there's just so much. This is from a couple of days ago, posted on Truth Social. Again, follow the money. South Africa is confiscating land and treating certain classes of people very badly. It is a bad situation that the radical left media doesn't want to so much as mention. A massive human rights violation at a minimum is happening for all to see. The United States won't stand for it. We will act. Also, I will be cutting off all future funding to South Africa until a full investigation of the situation has been completed. Now, let's talk about that for a second. Hold on, because I think it's really important that we discuss the specifics of what it is that he's talking about. Hold on, because this is key. Okay, so part of the statement that he made was, and I'll go back to it again, South Africa is confiscating land and treating certain classes of people very badly. The population of South Africa is 90% black. The quote again. South Africa is confiscating land and treating certain classes of people very badly. 90% of the population of South Africa is black. 70% of the land in South Africa is owned by the 10% of the population that is white. The Bears, I think it is. Bears. 90% of the population of South Africa is black. 10% is white. South Africa is confiscating land and treating certain classes of people very badly. Land grab? Yeah, it's Boers. I think it's Boers. Right? 70% of the land in South Africa is owned by white people. And yes, Musk and Teal, very apartheidy, don't you think? This is what's happening, you guys. This is what's happening globally. This is what happens when you apathetic voters don't show up to vote. This is what you get. What's up, friend? How are you?
I'm all right, Steve. How are you doing, dude? It's Graf, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
For anyone
I saw
who
you.
doesn't know, I
saw you
changed my
change.
name by accident.
That's okay. Yeah. I'm all right, man. How you doing?
Oh, I've been better, but this is where we're at now. Just to add to what you were just talking about, Elon Musk last night, I believe it was, tweeted out that South Africans will receive immigration status if they decide to leave and come to the United States. So apparently he's calling the shots, Big Steve. That's what's happening.
Oh, I know, Mike. I know. I mean, we talked about this actually. That's appropriate. Let's just use. Oh, that's a good one. We'll use this one. You're right. You're right. The whole point of this puppet government, and I think about how ironic it is, Graf, that for years we listened to the right say that Joe Biden was just a figurehead. There was somebody behind him pulling the strings. Let's be honest. A good administration, a good business. I was, as I've talked about in corporate America prior to going out on my own, I was a chief marketing officer. My direct boss was the CEO. He had people around him that did their jobs very well, right? That's what you do, right? You surround yourself with really, really good people. Joe Biden obviously had a really very, very thorough, very efficient, one of the best administrations in modern political history, quite frankly, based on their accomplishments. And now this guy, if you guys really want to know, if you really, really want to know what I'm talking about, just go back and watch some of the executive order signing ceremonies that take place in the Oval Office. When he's sitting behind the Resolute desk, his aide hands him the next EO to sign, and he's like, oh, that's a good one. Like, he doesn't even know what the fuck he's signing.
He has no
idea. He's got no idea. People are just telling him, sign this, don't worry about it, just sign it. So, talk about a puppet government.
And you know what the thing is too, Steve, is like his incompetence is going to make us all unsafe.
Absolutely.
Last night, one of the things that came down the pipeline was that his administration, who knows if he's even running it anymore, requested the resignation of all CIA employees, all of them. They sent out voluntary resignation letters to the entire CIA. Folks, I don't know if you know this or not, but the individuals who work in the CIA are not our enemies. They've been protecting us for decades. And if we just, let them all go, well, now what? You have decades of experience fighting counter T operations just being released into the wild without any backup plan, leaving the entirety of America unsafe. So, the thing to me is like, Donald Trump is going to cause chaos. And unfortunately, it's going to lead to a direct result in the United States being less safe, which is so interesting because this is the party of safety, isn't it? This is the party that's supposed to be pro-cop, pro-protecting Americans. And yet here we are lacking in that area. This is also supposed to be the party of no wars. And this man is talking about putting American troops in Gaza, on the beaches of Greenland and in Panama. This is supposed to be the party of cheaper prices, and this man is talking about economic collapse through the use of tariffs on our freaking neighbors, allies. This is the party of Christianity that is rounding up immigrants and treating them as less than human. It's the party of...
Gas prices are up again today, by the way. We've been tracking the stock market. It opened up today. I'm not sure where it sits right now, but yeah, this is what we've got. This is what America First means. Apparently, the Dow
Well, yeah,
rebounds from a steep decline to finish a 100-point loss. It finished
America
down 100.
last.
America last. Yeah, it finished down 100 points yesterday. It's open today. It's currently down 20 points. Every major indices is down currently, but
Well, I
that's
can
fine
tell you,
apparently.
Steve, it was weird because after he dropped what he said about Gaza, I spoke to a lot of Republicans last night in different lives, and many of them are very concerned
Yeah.
because supposedly they are actually the party of no more wars. So they seem to be putting their foot down, at least in that regard. It's just it's just crazy to me because you say that, yeah, you're okay with Elon Musk, a non-government entity, you know, bringing in USB drives to take data from the Treasury Department because that's safe.
Yeah. Joseph in Texas too. Yeah, boo boo. Gas is up. Gas is up because it's tracked by the AAA. Gas is up from yesterday. Yesterday it was $3.10 a gallon on average. Today it's $3.13 on average per gallon. So Joseph, you're wrong. Go put your thumb in your mouth and sit in the corner. Thank you.
And egg prices are the highest they've ever been too there, Joseph. So, go ahead, man. Just keep telling us we're crazy and that prices aren't going to continue to go up as this man plays the tariff button for everyone. Like, get
Yeah,
out of here.
yeah,
It's crazy.
exactly. Yeah. Um,
Economic warfare, Steve. That's where we're at, dude.
follow the money, right, Graf? Follow the fucking money.
Well, we can't anymore because he's firing all the IGs who would be following the money.
It's a really good point. That's a really, really good point. We talked about this before. Thanks for jumping in today, buddy. I appreciate you. Have a
Yeah,
good day.
take it
Okay.
easy, man.
Talk to you later. So remember that so one of the things that the White House does in particular, they call it throwing out the trash. And on Friday, that's a day where there's stories that they don't necessarily want to have a lot of coverage. They throw it out with the trash, right? So they'll slide it in with other stories. Most recent example was the Pentagon kicking out NBC, NPR, Political, replacing that with Breitbart, OAN, and the New York Post. The Friday before that was the firing of, I think it was 13 or 15 inspectors general. Remember, inspectors general are at the head of just about every agency, right? And they're there for ethics violations to make sure that they're following the laws. So all those people got fired, and we compared that to the night of the long knives in Germany, right? Although not an apples to apples comparison, it's pretty similar, right? You're removing people who are getting in your way, people that are in the administrative state. Ooh. And it would be the IG's job in these cases to uncover this corruption that's happening. But without them, who's there to stop it, right? So these are the little things that we see here and there. The Sovereign Wealth Fund created. Be paying attention to the news this Friday. See what they're going to do. We know that they've got, plans now to remove all humanitarian aid, removing us from the Human Rights Council and the refugee agencies connected to the UN. And you heard Trump's audio. He does not know what the fuck it is. He has no clue. He has absolutely no clue what it is. He is just signing these with his big Sharpie, where he likes to draw maps that include hurricane paths to Alabama, even though it's not within 500 miles of Alabama. That's your boy, MAGA. That's the guy you voted for. Fucking wild. Everybody, please keep tapping. Thank you, Marie, for purchasing a shirt. I appreciate you. Sunflower, how are you today? Sunflower? Hello? Hello, Sunflower? I'm sorry. Hello, sir. I know there's been a lot of wet weather your way. So are things kind of calming down with the fires out there a little bit?
Yeah, the fires have not been an issue for several days. It's raining where I am right now. I just got in the car getting ready to head to work, but I wanted to pop in and say hello.
Hello.
And fuck everybody who didn't vote. just,
Pretty much.
just off the top of my head. I
Yeah,
am
that tracks.
so disgusted. This is nothing we didn't expect. Maybe not with the speed that it's been happening necessarily.
Right.
But
which is by design, as you know.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But this is nothing we didn't expect. This is nothing we didn't warn them about. They still, by and large, aren't buying it. They still believe Orange Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And, strap in, bitches. It's about to get a lot worse.
Yep, exactly. It's gonna get a lot worse. I think we can accept that and expect it. It's going to get a lot worse. The question is, how do we respond?
Absolutely. But the good thing is, you will be out here in the land of fruits and nuts in a couple of weeks and
3 weeks. Yep.
3 weeks.
Yep.
And we will enjoy a beverage or two together and harass Anthony.
Yeah. And my daughter will have her. She'll be like, God damn it! A bunch of old Gen X guys sitting around laughing at stupid jokes
that she doesn't get.
No, she gets them because she deals with them every single day.
Oh, okay. I'll give her that. Well, and I don't think your daughter quite understands that, between Anthony and I, now she has two weird uncles who, are on her side. And if she's out here going to school and something nefarious happens, two very weird uncles are going to show up and pull her ass out of the fire.
That is true. Actually, she and I have spoken of that, and thank you for that, sir. That is certainly reassuring.
Absolutely.
From my heart,
I had every intention of making sure she has my contact info. I'm sure Anthony will do the same. And, we're just a phone call away.
I know that, buddy. I appreciate that.
So, all righty, brother. You keep up the good work. I'm driving in the rain, so I'm going to not talk.
Be safe, okay?
I will, pal. I'll talk to you soon.
Later. All right, bye.
Bye.
That's very kind. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're my daughter's going on a college tour. We're going to be in sunny Southern California because I could use a little bit of sun. That's going to be great. And Anthony and Rusty are good people, and that's what we need. Mocking aside, they're good people. So this is Senator Kennedy, aka boy, Foghorn Leghorn. This is what he had to say in regards to USAID and the Department of Education. He's really looking out for Americans, said no one ever. This is what he had to say about it. It's really nice of him. He's such a kind guy.
Friends who are upset, I would say with respect, call somebody who cares. They better get used to this. It's USAID today. It's going to be Department of Education tomorrow.
Call somebody who cares. Well, Senator, that's your fucking job to care. Here it is again.
To my friends who are upset, I would say with respect, call somebody who cares. They better get used to this. It's USAID today. It's going to be Department of Education tomorrow.
He is a Rhodes Scholar, Senator Kennedy. Probably one of the smartest people, in Congress. Studied at the University of Cambridge. Yep. He got his, but apparently you can't have yours. That's on you. That would be on you, Louisiana. You send that guy to the Senate every year. Hey, Lola, how you doing?
Brother, Uncle Steve. Man, you are the man that all of us deserve in our lives and not many have. So just straight up, thank you.
Thank you for saying. Appreciate you.
I legit set my alarm to get my mental health with you and to check in with you. You do so much. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Everybody walk in groups, not just today, but every day. We need to use our translucent, palm-colored privilege It's real. It took me a long time to understand that was the thing. You helped me understand that. We're going to walk on the outside. We are going to be like the gentleman, and you stand on the curb. You wrap your arms around our rainbow friends today. You use your white tea privilege. If you don't use it today, I'm sorry, I'm not talking to you, sir. I'm talking to everybody. You know what I mean? If you don't use it today, then just fuck all the way off. Use it. And you, sir, are a shining example of doing that. Everybody be safe, stay hydrated. And if you have to make the choice that you can't go to a capital or to a small town courthouse and just stand there and just say, love thy neighbor, or whatever it is, 3 words. Be positive, do not engage with the opposition. Be kind, show love, be better, take the high road. And if it is best for you to stay home, please go make phone calls, send emails, do something. There is no excuse to sit out. There is an excuse to be safe and make the right choices for you. Every excuse. That's what we have to do. But do something. If you don't, fuck all the way off.
Pretty much.
And I'm about to put my red lipstick on and wear my blue.
There
Look
you
at
go.
my look. Okay, I'm gonna show you real quick, and then I'll jump. I got my rainbow bright shit on. Let's go. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Mail for the post office like this, and then my red lipstick's gonna be on. And as soon as I'm done, I can't make it to the Capitol.
Understood.
I can't make it to my local courthouse, and I sure as shit am. I got a shirt. I don't have it on right now. I'm gonna put it on after, but it says "Love Thy Neighbor." Your neighbor is your sister. Your neighbor is your brothers. Your neighbors don't look translucent like me. Love thy motherfucking neighbor. Samuel Jackson today. Stay mad, baby. I love you.
Love you too, Lola. Thank you, friend. I appreciate you. Be safe out there today, okay? Great message. I appreciate that. That was somebody. I saw somebody ask in the comments. No, that's not a Kennedy. That's fucking Kennedy from Louisiana. And then we talked a little bit yesterday about Bill Cassidy. Bill Cassidy, who is a physician, who had some pointed questions for RFK during his confirmation hearings before the committee. And there was hope that maybe as a physician who committed his life's work as a physician in his home state to get children in his state as a physician to get children vaccinated, literally just voted his entire credibility away and voted to push Kennedy, to the full Senate vote. So yeah, he was confirmed out of committee, right? Susan Collins from Maine, who has always claimed to be about national security, right? She was also a vote potentially that may have held up that confirmation of Tulsi Gabbard. But nope. She couldn't do it either. Nice. We are tracking every Democrat that votes against. Hey, buddy, we are tracking every single Democrat that votes in support of a Trump nominee. In case you did not know, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, who basically went on the public record saying that she would not necessarily push back from Trump if he directed her to go after his political allies. Her answer was a little vague. John Fetterman, the only Democrat.
The most disappointing person I have ever endorsed in my entire union career. Like, holy shit. I could go off about John Fetterman for a while and all the things he promised us as Pennsylvania that he immediately 180 on the minute he was elected. Like, I have nothing but bile for John Fetterman as a Pennsylvanian.
Yep, he's lost his gig for sure.
Do you want the lighthearted news first or the sad news first?
Lighthearted first, please.
So there was an egg heist in Pennsylvania, which I find hilarious. In Franklin County, somebody stole 100,000 eggs.
Well, that's not a small number. Where do they steal them from?
A shipment. They literally just took the entire truck full of eggs. It was 100,000 eggs just gone in last night. And I don't know why, but something about the concept of somebody planning an egg heist makes me laugh.
I kind of agree, actually. That is kind of funny.
Yeah, it's really funny just imagining these guys sitting at a table. Like, I like to imagine it like it's a cop movie, and like you got the crooks all sitting around the table with the blueprints and stuff. But the heist is not about money; it's about just eggs.
Just about the eggs. That that tracks actually. That tracks. Yeah, that tracks. What else is on your mind today? So I
needed that kind of story because I woke up to learn that the reset room that I'm supposed to be putting somebody in within the next 2 weeks has a leak on the roof. So now I have to figure out getting funds together for tar and roofing supplies and then plaster so that I can patch that roof before they get here. Because like I can do the work. It's not a matter of that. I did most of the repairs of my own house. It's a matter of getting the supplies together to do the work.
Well, there's that. I know. I know you're an active voter in your state, and I think it's necessary that you call out your senator. I am absolutely disgusted by that.
Oh, I do all the time. I do all the time. Like I've been trying to get this man to see reason since he was our lieutenant governor. Because before he was our senator, he was our lieutenant governor, and there were a bunch of issues that he could have directly addressed it within the state, and he just didn't. Like because a lot of the issues I was talking about were issues as a state employee, and I'd be like, "Hey, I need you to address this as an employee of yours, functionally, an employee of our constituents." And I would always get a message back of, "Oh, the lieutenant governor doesn't interfere in interdepartmental issues. You need to take that up with your department."
Right. I know. Take it up with the assistant manager. Thanks for jumping in today, Crow. I appreciate you.
Catch you later.
You got it. See you later. Jesus, we'll track down the egg heist. All right, we'll have a little bit of fun at the hypocrisy's expense. So remember this whole DEI push, right? And the claim was that we need to be hiring the best and the brightest, and DEI doesn't enable us to do that. And instead, we should be focusing our hiring and or our appointments to various positions based on merit, so thus meritocracy. So the Daily Show had a little fun with that terminology, and they call it great moments in meritocracy.
In America, we believe in the merit system. Meritocracy, isn't that a beautiful word?
Eric Trump has been married to Lara since 2014.
The Republican National Committee electing Laura Trump as its new co-chair.
My son Eric married to a woman who became the head of the Republican Party. I wonder how the hell did that happen?
I love the Daily Show. Great moments in meritocracy. Gotta love it. Gotta love that. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. I appreciate y'all very, very much. Let's see if we can hit 400K today, guys. It's been a while since we've been up there. Rafterman, how are you today? Rafterman, are you there? There you are. Rafterman.
Yeah, there. Sorry, Steve. I hit request by mistake. There you are. Rafterman.
We got you.
There.
Sorry, buddy. A lot of feedback there, bud. No sweat, though. We got you. Yeah, you're right, Kitty. MAGA literally equal hypocrisy. Hey, Michelle.
Hey. So yesterday I was scrolling and I came across they were protesting in front of Treasury Department. And they were talking, the Democrat Congress people were talking about how the Republicans are taking their phones off and laughing because nobody's going to be able to get through to them.
Whose phones are being taken off?
The Republicans are taking their phones off.
Okay.
just so people cannot get a hold of them.
Oh, they're like canceling they're like ending their phone contracts or something to that effect.
They know they're going to be getting phone calls.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, they're taking their phones off the hook. They're whatever they're doing, they're ending their phone lines. Yeah, sure, that doesn't surprise me. Of course.
Yeah.
Yep. Keep calling. Email. Keep calling.
Yep. Now I know they're going to be having the protests in front of all the capitals.
Yep.
I can't make it because I live too far, and my Chevrolets and Lamborghinis will not walk that far.
I got you. Well, again, thank you for that information, Michelle. I appreciate that. I think it's something we all just need to be calling. Don't forget, even if you have Democratic senators, make sure our representatives call them too. Find out what the fuck they're doing. Why are they not standing up?
Yep.
Appreciate you, Michelle. Thanks a lot. Let's shift gears a little bit and let's listen to Jasmine Crockett, because I could listen to her all day. And this is a couple minutes long, but this is the kind of energy that we need. And well, her words just speak for themselves.
I'm gonna try my best not to preach. I just want to say thank you, because every day that we show up in DC, we show up for you. We know who we work for. We know that we work for the American people. And what we're not going to do is trying to be able to, I probably won't be able to stop cussing. But let me tell y'all something. I know some of y'all have been frustrated, and you've been saying, where are the Democrats? Where are our leaders? Well, I'm here to tell you that we ain't never left y'all. All right? We are here. All right? We are here. We are also going to make sure that they uphold the law. We are not going to sit around while you go ahead and desecrate our Constitution. Say, never mind, we'll just ignore that. Instead, we are on your asses, and we are going to make sure, so let me tell you something, Mr. Trump. You're going to learn a few things from us. And I'm going to be the first one. You and your little friend off of Twitter, y'all about to find out, all right? Now let me be clear. To conduct oversight, we both serve on the oversight committee, and right now, as elected leaders who try to go in, we were told, well, hold on a second, we got to check to see if you can come in.
This speech, by the way, is right out in front of the USAID headquarters.
Now, y'all know he likes to pal around with Putin, right? He's trying to turn us into Russia. But I got news for him. People will not go. It's cold out here. And y'all, yeah, we won't go. We won't go. We won't go. We won't go. Listen, the final thing to say is there are those that have said that we may face constitutional crisis. I want you to know that the crisis is here. I want you to know that the power belongs to the people, though, y'all. Do not feel powerless. In this moment, as the vice president said as she conceded the election, she said, dark times may be ahead of us, but she said it's only in the darkness that we can see the stars. I am telling you right now that the stars are right here. It is time for us to shine. It is time for us to be heard. It is time for us to make sure that they know we will not go.
I don't know about you, But I'm pretty fired up after hearing shit like that, right? That's the kind of leadership that we need from our elected officials in DC. You put people like that in positions of power who has the ability to motivate voters like she does, that shit is incredible. That's what we need. She would say, fuck the system, and she has, right? If you want more of that, then you need to elect down ballot progressives so that they can then run the state house. Until that ends, we
repeat itself. But what happens is people read about it and go, that was fucking easy. I can do that too. You all got played by a guy who reads maybe at a 6th grade level. Think about that. You sit on and you're so proud and you're like, oh, I'm an ally of this group. I'm an ally of that group. I bought a t-shirt. No, you're fucking not. You ever been knocked in the head? You ever stood on the fucking front line of a protest and been hit with a baton? I have. It fucking hurts. It hurts a lot.
I'm just gonna say it.
Allyship is stupid. Allyship is for a fucking game.
Yeah.
Right? This isn't Risk. We're not
Anyone-
playing a board
anyone-
game from the 60s.
Anyone that calls themselves an ally, I'm immediately sus over. I'm just like, nope, because that's somebody that's there for kudos. That's somebody that's there for claps on the back. That's someone who's there to like be praised for doing the bare minimum of things, right? And the minute that they're not, they'll be like, well, I'll take my toys and go home. Because you saw that with those third-party voters when Palestine was saying anybody but Trump, right? And if that means Harris, that means Harris. And they were like, well, you don't know enough. So if you don't like what I have to say, I'm going to do what I want, right? Because it's a slur. They're not really invested in helping the people they claim they are.
Yeah.
And for those of you,
sorry, go ahead, Victoria.
I was going to say, for those of you in the chat who are wondering what we're talking about as far as allyship versus being an accomplice, I don't want to know what you're doing. If you have to tell me everything you're doing, your actions aren't speaking louder. I want to see it in your actions. I want to see how you're utilizing these things. Or, there is talking about it and then there's doing. And a lot of us are in the doing stage, but some of you have just like sat in the allyship and you keep asking, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Steve's telling you, Ben's telling you, Obi's telling you, I'm telling you, we have content out there. Go interact with our content. Go listen to that. This is the time for you to listen and utilize that into action. Because if you're not going to do those things, we cannot neutralize this administration. If you're not going to step up to the plate and be uncomfortable and be on the right side of history, we can't neutralize this. If you want to know how you would have reacted in 1930s Germany, this is your test right now.
This is your test. I was just going to say that.
This is your test.
Resistance is there. You know where to
look. For those of us that are on the left and or claim to be in support of human rights, all-encompassing term, it's up to the communities that are under threat for them to decide whether or not we are allies by our fucking actions. We don't get to label ourselves as such. We're not the arbiter for that. They are. Let your actions speak for themselves. Don't ask for it. Don't say, hey, am I an ally now? If you have to ask, then you're not. Do better.
For the people in the chat, because I'm seeing it already, like, make sure you're taking care of your mental health. I talked about this on Matt's Live yesterday. Like, some of us, if I seem fine, it's because I've had 10 years. I was freaking out in 2017. I'm not freaking out anymore. Like, I've been prepared. Just take care of yourself. Watch your comfort show. Watch The Office if you're feeling extra froggy. Watch Downton Abbey if you're...
Nice.
You like how I slipped that on there? You're welcome. If you have some sort of something that prohibits you from being boots on the ground, don't let that dissuade you, and don't feel like that is a reason not to. Or like, if you are disabled or you can't and there's a reason, we get that. We love you. We understand. You're doing the thing, just keep doing it. We don't need you to tell us that you can't do it because of X, Y, and Z. Just do what you can do and do the thing. And for the people asking if we're going to be okay, I don't know. All I know is we have to try now or we won't be okay. And a lot of people will get hurt.
Yeah. And I want to add, some of the, make content, whatever content you want to make. But one of the content things that really kind of irks me when I see it are the people who do good deeds for clicks and views, right? Like, and I don't, please, anyone, if you're in here and I've helped you, please do not out yourselves as I don't want that. No one will ever know the number of people that I have helped or the ways that I have helped. Right. I could probably have like 100,000, 200,000, 1 million followers if I did like some of these other creators did and constantly posted videos of me like showing up and doing something to help somebody. But that's performative as fuck, right? That is doing something for the wrong reasons, right? That's doing it. That tells me that you only get involved because you want people to praise you for being involved, right? That tells me you only help people because you want the kudos and the thanks and the praise for being some kind of fucking savior. And I hate it. Like, hate it with a passion.
Agreed.
Right. And so if you need to advertise that you're doing good things, you're not doing good things and you're not a good person, right? Because your actions will show. People will know because they'll see you doing things without you having to advertise it.
Case in point, I reached out to my friend Professor Ben Dowdero a couple weeks ago because I was struggling because, you know, when we're public facing and people, we talk about trying to help a community. Ben knows this. I know Victoria. I know Victoria knows this. I know Obi knows this about the amount of people that reach out to us for help. And I get overwhelmed because I just want to help everybody and we can't. And I forgot what you call it, the fear of the pain of giving or the anguish of giving or whatever it might be. I don't want anybody to know the people that we help. I'll speak for myself. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't want it. Don't need it. I've never done it for those particular reasons. And to Ben's point, and I think it's a very valid one, if you are doing it for those reasons, you may think your intentions are sincere, but are they? This is the time, like our guest previously, when she was just so emotional about literally standing up to ICE agents at the door of the classroom. That's the fucking shit that matters. You know, bringing food to a family you know might be in crisis. Letting somebody know that you've got a back door, the key is under the flower pot. That kind of shit is the thing that matters. If you have to advertise it, I don't know if you're in it for the right reasons then.
Yeah. We don't want performative action here. Performative action is not fun. You know, I feel like everyone I talk to, I'm like, I'm not doing enough. And they're like, oh yeah, you're doing enough. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And for the people here talking, I saw some neurospicy questions about how you handle this with anxiety, depression. I am neurospicy. I have lots of diagnosis at this point. You can do this. You're just going to have to lean really hard into those coping mechanisms. Get your totem, you know, ground yourself in what you need to do. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Make sure you're sleeping. Make sure you're drinking water. If you've had some water today, have you said something kind about yourself, like Mr. Jones says? Like, you need to be leaning into those things, because if you don't, that's where it's going to fall. And I mean, the more of us who stand up, the more of us who push back together, the easier it will be. It's when we start fragmenting off and name calling and saying someone's not doing enough that we're going to see the problem. And that's what they're hoping, that they can fragment us off so that they can stop this now and they can just take power. So take care of your mental health, watch your comfort show, pet your animals, play with your kids, put your phone down for an hour or so a day, and, you know, then pick it back up and do it again.
Yeah, I want to say a couple things to Rob, because I got to go teach. So first, to JR's point about nonprofits, right? I think we can talk about our support of nonprofits without like explicitly saying, I donated this money to, you know, because I support groups like a March for Our Lives and March 4th, the Brady campaign, Giffords, the Trevor Project, right? But you will never see me post a video saying, I just donated $100 to this group or $50 to this group or whatever, because again, I think we can talk about our support for those things in our actions, right? Or by talking about the organization, right? So for example, I ran an entire video campaign where I had partnered with a March for Our Lives, and we sold candles for them, right? Called Thoughts and Prayers, that smelled like gunmetal and gun smoke, right? You can do things like that to raise awareness for these organizations without explicitly talking about what you personally are doing to give to them, right? Like, I didn't talk about how many candles I bought or how much money I gave to a March for Our Lives. I just helped promote candles for them to help raise money for them. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then the second part, again, as I've said 3-4 times now in this live, resistance is there if you know where to look to find those resistance groups. A lot of them are underground right now, and a lot of them are anonymous because it's going to put a target on your back, right? And there are some of us who are willing to have that target put on us, but we're being covert about it. Find them. And it is my birthday, as Steve so blatantly threw me under the bus when it came up. But
Hey,
if you want to buy me a cup of coffee, if you want to
Steve,
buy me
did
a
you
cup of
check your
coffee,
text messages? Did you check your
I
text
thought I would
messages?
just go easy on him, and I played him the
Oh,
Maryland
shit.
birthday tribute just because it's his birthday. I don't want to embarrass him too bad.
As a birthday gift, I think we should have a photo collage. If anyone happens to have a photo collage, perhaps we could play that as I sing "Happy Birthday" to the professor.
Oh my God, this is getting so much better.
Okay, I mean, since you asked, I mean, I am here to please. I don't know what to tell you.
Someone said birthday spankings in the chat.
y'all better send me like coffee money to my Cash App or my Venmo, which is in the link tree in my bio. I'm just saying, if I'm going to be put through this,
I'm just saying.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Damn, look at that chest. Happy birthday, dear Ben. I just drooled on my shirt. Happy birthday to you. And I made Steve red.
Yeah.
Obi, I think he said "fuck you," and I think the appropriate response to that is, "You wouldn't like it. I just lay there."
Everybody, last little thirst trap before Ben goes and teaches young minds.
Everybody's had experience like that every now and then. It's fine. We're all we're all into necrophilia from time to time in that way.
What?
Wow.
No.
I wasn't expecting that. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Victoria, but
we may have been that
Lord.
experience. Who knows?
Who
My
knows?
Cash App and my Venmo are in my bio. For that, y'all better go over there and like buy me a cup of coffee. But
Someone asked for birthday spankings for you in the chat.
oh Jesus fucking Christ!
Well, I think there's a
Tracy's
special
not here.
photo for birthday spankings. Perhaps we should bring that up. Autographed
Lisa-
copies available for 50 cents.
Lisa, that the answer to that is maybe. Who knows? Some of my students follow me, some don't. I have no idea. I don't keep up with that.
we don't kink shame.
Yeah, they're all adults. They're all over like 21 or something. So whatever they want to do. I don't.
We've got a few people that are volunteering as tribute, Ben. Just so you know.
Yeah, I know a couple in the chat that would have happily said yes.
Professor, it is an honor, sir, to call you a friend. Happy birthday. The fight is on, my friend.
Fight is on. All right. I'll talk to you all later.
Love you,
all.
brother.
Happy birthday.
Go indoctrinate people.
Yes.
Have a good day. I think it may be appropriate for this, not to pivot, but first they came for the Jews and I didn't speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for the communists. I didn't speak out because I wasn't a communist. Then they came for the trade unionists. I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. And they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. So that's kind of what we're talking about. I want to send a thank you, first of all, to a couple people who were kind enough to donate to this chaos. To Dewana, I appreciate you very much for your donation on Cash App. And I want to also thank somebody who just purchased the brand spanking new shirt, the Feral as Fuck t-shirt. Thank you to Sarah for picking up one, and thank you to Angie and also to Jennifer for placing orders for merch today, and to some of our new subscribers today. I appreciate you guys very much for being part of our team, Jay Nice and Michelle. Thank you guys. I have a good radio voice. Well, that's good to know, Dev. I appreciate that. I worked in radio for 20 years, so I hope so. I like to say I have a face for radio, so there's that. All right. You guys can stick. Please hang out. Obi is extra spicy today.
I love it. I love it when
spicy.
Obi's spicy.
By the way, I made Obi's day by sending him what I sent him via text.
Oh my God, dude! First of all, just I'm gonna pause the show for a second.
Okay.
First, you sent me a video all about the intersectionality of trigonometry, physics, and calculus. That had
Totally.
Obi shifting in his chair.
Totally.
Then you sent me photos of a person who had staged their Legos in the snow, like on Hoth. That that required a little bit more than just shifting.
Who loves you,
So I
buddy?
thank you for that.
Who loves you, buddy?
Yeah. I mean, listen, some people like porn, other people like math and Lego. I mean, what are you going to do?
Or in your case, it's all one and the same. Gigi, thank you for being here this morning. What's on your mind today? You have the red bars of doom, Gigi. You want to request again? There you go. That's better.
Come back in a minute.
Yeah, I think you're good now. What's on your mind?
Alrighty. So my title, it does say third generation Antifa, but I did confirm with mom and going over the family history. I am fourth generation Antifa.
There you go. It's an honor.
And one of the things we talked about was my family is Sicilian. After World War II, my grandpa went to Argentina and met my grandmother, who's also from the same town in Sicily. And first they had Peron. And Peron, much like what Gloria Scheinbaum is doing now, of giving people loans for houses, it was lauded as, a way for people to be prosperous, kind of like Clinton with the first time home buyers.
Mm-hmm.
But then Miss Eva Peron would threaten anybody who spoke out against Peron. And then after that, they got Videla and the dirty war. And one of the things I do with my Snow White Latina complexion is I speak out every single day to customers. I am a business owner. I walk business away and out of my wallet and out of my pocket because I tell Trumpers off. I had an old Filipino man in his 80s who was talking about how Newsom was going to burn down our state. Like, are you fucking kidding me right now? I was like, oh, yeah, it's great. The Philippines, they're all nurses. I wonder why. Oh, because we've trafficked them with our agreements after World War II. And as a white lady privilege card bearing person, I make sure to let other people know that they have permission to punch a fucking fascist in the teeth, even if it is just verbally, to let them know that it is not going to stand. And like Victoria said, the more of us push back, the more of us give permission to those people who are afraid to speak out. I have people say, oh my God, are you a Democrat? I said, well, technically, because we're, a closed primary state, yeah, I'm registered as one, but I'm a leftist, and don't you ever fucking call me a liberal because I will chew your ass out.
I give everyone permission to punch Yahtzees. I'm going to add punch. You can punch Fetterman too if you see him. And we learn we got a good strategy.
I'm 5'4". I'm perfect height to punch him.
There you go. Totally agree. We got some good advice.
Balls.
Eye, throat, groin, in that order.
Same.
Yep.
Make them sing.
Yep. Gigi, thank you for jumping in today. I appreciate you very much for being here, and thank you for the fight.
Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you for having me.
You got it.
And love you guys. And we have to be loud. And like that lady, just like the school assignments when we were kids. What would you have done if you were a person in Nazi Germany or Europe during World War II? Well, you don't need to ask because you're doing it right fucking now.
Well said. Thank you, friend. I appreciate you.
Have a good guy. Have a good.
You too. Oh, sorry. I hate when I do that. Yeah. Listen, it's interesting. We and Obi and I have had many conversations about this label. Being liberal means you're open-minded to other people's opinions, views, ideologies, etc., etc. That is a good thing. But being labeled a liberal in connected to the weak ass status quo Democrats these days, no thanks. I'm good. You can hang the big P for progressive on my back all day long, and I'll proudly wear that motherfucker into a fight. No doubt about it. All right, let's. I want to bring up Gwen. Everybody, please keep tapping. Hey, Gwen.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to tune in every day like I had been there for a while. I actually, capitalism. But, something that I've tried doing when
You got to get a little closer to your mic, Gwen. It's kind of hard to hear you.
Wait, hang on a sec. There's something wrong with my Bluetooth. Let me cut it.
Seeing reporting that Al Green has just introduced articles of impeachment.
Can you hear me now?
Got you now, perfectly. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. One thing that I've tried to do when I have a minute is reach out to some Baptist churches and try to get in touch with their pastors. That's, to me, I just thought about it and I was like, these are the people that we need to reach. I mean, somehow if the pastor could change that mind, even though we don't want to bring, church and state together, we know that churches are somewhat political. I don't know. I would need help maybe with a better script, but to me, that would be a great place to target.
Yeah, it's interesting. Why not use the rhetoric and the hypocrisy that we've been handed from the church to kind of use a church model to push back a little bit, right? Providing
Yes.
protections for people, locations for people to be safe, not connected from a religious perspective, or at least agnostic and or non-denominational, but just from the structure.
Right.
You can define a church as anything you want to define it as, right? Tax sheltered, all these kinds of things. So, yeah.
And I mean, that's something anybody can do. I mean, especially in some of these red states, is try to get in front of some of these pastors or somebody at these churches that can maybe talk to these pastors. But yeah, I've tried. I've only been able to talk to one pastor, but again, I haven't been able to give it much time.
That's a good point. Gwen, thank you for jumping in today. I appreciate you very much.
Gwen.
Hey, sure thing. Thanks for everything, guys. Y'all have a great rest of the day and keep doing what you're doing. You guys are awesome.
Here's the interesting thing about the church idea. Because, I've thought about this before. Why don't we just create our own church? Because clearly that they give a shit about churches more than they care. But I think we'll see the same level of oppression that comes with Black churches. And we saw this in Tennessee, where we had to vote on amendments to the state constitution so that Black ministers could seek public office. So I there's a part of me that wants to do the church aspect of it, because I think it'd be a nice, cool, it's like communing with people who are like-minded, that kind of thing. But I do feel like with a tyrannical government, they'll shut it down so fucking quickly if we organize in a church setting.
You know what though? Then let them. I think that sends a bigger message, right? You can use that to say, we're a church unlike no different than any other. Why is our being targeted? Use that as ammunition.
I'm going to Google what it takes to start a church today. Who wants to join my church? I will just preach and scream.
I'll message you. I have an idea with that. I have an idea, Victoria. I'll message you on that.
Okay,
Sorry, Obi, go ahead.
Depending on your state, it's super easy. It's the same IRS process for any nonprofit. That's number one. In your state, you have to follow whatever regulations there are for being a licensed minister, if there is a licensing or some kind of accreditation, and that is it. This is why guys like Joel Osteen were able to do it. Joel Osteen knows less about biblical history than I forgot after the 6th grade. So he is not a biblical scholar. He doesn't understand anything about the original 5 books of Abraham. He knows nothing about the New Testament. What he knows is how to grift. And he is one of the greatest grifters in the world because guys like him have ghostwriters that write their books. And then all these simps fall in line and make him a multi-millionaire. Why does Ken Copeland have 5 jets? Because his people allow him to. So starting a church is really, really easy.
I feel like I should
But
do this.
Well,
I mean,
What am I doing
yeah.
with my life?
I'll be the
Like
pastor,
fuck it.
the pastor of love.
And I saw someone being like, what was it? Is homosexuality part of the church? Absolutely. I love to commune with the gays, and if I can continue to commune with the gays as my people, I will, because I need lots of communions. I think we should have like drag show Thursdays at the church. Like that'd be
Totally.
fucking fantastic.
Absolutely
Drag
agree.
shows, wine. We're gonna bring some of that Episcopalian mindset of like wine being served, that kind of thing. Like, look, Episcopalians got it right there. Drinking is a part of going to church. Period.
Yeah,
End of story.
communions or canoodling, either one. So this is reporting Al Green, the Al Green rep, as you know, a savage rep. Quote: "The movement to impeach the president has begun. I rise today to announce that I will bring articles of impeachment against the president for dastardly deeds proposed and dastardly deeds done." So
Someone said
something.
the Office theme song as the gospel song.
No, we don't want that because we'd like Victoria to get some work done.
Oh my God. Never. Good God.
Crazy Town, are you there? Not yet. Trying to connect. Listen, you shared your spicy time music with us, Victoria. It's not our fault. I have a memory like an elephant.
My own.
Yep.
It's my own fucking fault.
It is. Crazy Town, if you'd like to request again, friend, I can bring you back up. Happy to do that. Neil. Everybody, thank you for being here. Let's see if we can hit 400K. I'd appreciate you guys. Hey, Neil, how are you?
Good. You know, the thing that really gets to me is that he's getting rid of the Department of Education. He's going to create Trump youth for generations. That's the real reason that they want to, this
Ring
is
a bell?
20. Yeah, and also this Elon thing scares me. He has control of every part of our financial systems. He can sabotage or blackmail someone to not protest. He has that ability because he can economically go after your entire life. The thing also with El Salvador, they'll take, what are they describing as violence? Somebody that protests that can take us and put us in El Salvador jails? That really struck me.
You heard Marco Rubio. I mean, it could be American citizens for what? What's the crime, right? I mean, what's the crime? Speaking out on TikTok against the fascist government? Oh, Donald, by the way, if you're listening, you're a fucking Nazi. Have a good day.
Yeah. Fuck you, Donald Trump.
The thing is, it's like everything. If you read the early 1930s Yahtzee Germany, it is all. He's a master. He loves reading Mein Kampf. Elon has supported every German Nazi group in Germany and people who are in jail in Europe who are Yahtzees, he's been financially supporting them. He wants apartheid back in South Africa. South Africa doesn't want him coming back. He is a present danger to our lives, our Constitution, our democratic republic. And I want the Democrats to be, I want everyone to be, I forgot her name, forgive me, the woman who's really, we talked about before, she's really, talks loudly. She's a congresswoman. We need more of her.
The speech that Jasmine Crockett gave, yeah.
Yeah, Crockett.
We all need to be Jasmine Crockett.
We need 100 Jasmine Crockett's. And I really appreciate your show. You're amazing.
Thanks.
I find you to be fantastic. It helps my being sane listening to you. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you very much. I don't want to take too much of your time, but thank you very much.
I appreciate you, Neil. Thanks for being here, buddy. Appreciate you very much. Have a good day. There's again, my fucking mod team is amazing. This is a post on X from you remember nice guy, X
Anyway, I actually reached out to a couple of action committee people throughout Tennessee to check in with them to see if they had reached out to anyone and saw about this organization, and they either hadn't or they didn't know that there was some like sketchy things going on. So a couple of them, I had them they ended up removing it from their social media just to be safe. But I could talk to Gloria Johnson if I was feeling extra froggy, or Afton Bain. They're both in the Tennessee state legislature. Because yeah, like Tennessee is questionable at best. I'm reading the comments. All right, guys, while Fax is doing his thing, make sure you guys are tapping the screen. Make sure you're sharing out the live. We want to make sure if you have any questions while Steve is taking a little second, go ahead and ask me questions about it. For the people asking if it's a trap, we don't know. And here, let's be very clear. Let me get that on. We don't know if this is a trap. So I don't want to discourage you from getting involved. But I do want to caution you in how you go forward with these types of things. We're going to see a lot of pushback from this administration, a lot of fear tactics. So make sure you have an exit plan. Make sure you have preparation for all things, because we want to just be safe and secure. And yeah, we don't know. So don't feel discouraged to go, but please, 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 just make smart decisions while you're doing it, and have some hope for the best, plan for the worst.
You know that sound, those of you who are pet owners, you know that sound when you hear one of your animals like about to get sick?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah, that was the sound that I just had to run and address. It was the cat, not this time, not the dog.
And cats are sinister about it, because you'll just hear them, they'll go, "Bleh," and they do that like little.
Well, and I was concerned. I was concerned the dog was going to approach it like it was a buffet line, so I needed to get out there and deal with that prior to.
Oh, you're a better pet owner than I am. I'm over here like whatever.
Thank you to Julie, to Sarah, and to Angie for your awesome purchases. A lot of the Feral as Fuck shirts flying off the shelf. That's freaking awesome. I love it.
I know. I need to buy that.
And I'm glad you said what you said, Victoria. And we've been talking about this earlier. I mean, obviously, I think I mentioned this earlier. If I didn't, I have friends that still work in state government in our capital city, and friends in local media. And I contacted them yesterday, had been trying to contact them. And much like the Tennessee State House, they don't know anything. There was no request for permits. The media knows nothing about it. They've been trying to find information. And in fact, some of my friends have reached out to their colleagues and peers in other state capitals in and around New England, and they know nothing either. So again, I know Brett, our friend Brett Cross, earlier today said he's driving to Austin. I think Thickless is going there as well, and maybe some others. Friends, just keep your head on a swivel. It's all I can say. We don't know. I don't want to fearmonger, but maybe I should. If you represent a marginalized community, be safe. I could go anywhere. I could walk it anywhere. I mean, Obi could walk it anywhere, but many people can't.
I want to add to this too, because I feel like this is the next step in our resistance. We all know, we've seen enough movies. We've seen Star Wars. We've seen, any resistance movie, catching the Hunger Games series, whatever. List off, think of your favorite resistance movie. We know what this takes. We have enough depictions to know what it's going to take to push back. It is not going to be fun for all of us. So if you are feeling uncomfortable, you need to address that, because this is going to be uncomfortable. This is not going to be fun. The leaders in the resistance, if you're looking for it, it's there. Know what we've signed up for. We know what we've done. And we know that we're putting our necks on the line. You will likely have to do the same and come to terms with the same things. That is not a fear tactic. We've all seen enough of these movies to know what it takes to be a part of the resistance. So please come to terms with that more quickly and understand how you can help fight back. Because if all of us stand together, we can neutralize them for 2 years. And I say that knowing, Steve and I have talked about this off the screen, whatnot. You're not helpless. you're not, you know, you can do all these things, but to say that we've put our necks on the line and we need you guys to stand behind us, it's not an overstatement. In fact, it's an understatement. Don't feel helpless. Don't, like, I know it's really easy. Pick one thing. One thing. If you are disabled or you're older and you don't know what to do, pick one thing. If you just email the fuck out of your state house capital, keep calling them. It does make a difference. The more people who are reaching out, the more people that are pushing back, the better. We just have to neutralize them for 2 years. 2 years.
And turn out in 2026.
And turn the fuck out in 2026.
Yeah. Hey, Dave. How are you, man?
How you doing? Good morning, everybody. Morning, Obi. Morning, Victoria.
Good morning.
So
Good morning, Dave.
I was just listening to what Victoria said, and yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree. And everybody has a skill set. I guarantee you, everyone has a skill set. For myself and a few other like-minded attorneys, we've kind of gotten together with a few other people and we are answering legal questions. Sometimes they're very maxi legal questions, sometimes they're very micro legal questions, but that's what I'm trying to do. You know, we're organizing on various platforms that are a little bit more secure than this platform, and we're trying to help whichever way we can. That's what everybody can do. Like the thing with Elon digging through the Treasury Department of the Social Security Administration, that is a straight up violation of the Privacy Act. There are also huge separation of powers issues. There are huge security issues. There's a million different reasons why this should be stopped immediately. And arguably, this motherfucker can be arrested. Of course, though, the Department of Justice will not do that because the Department of Justice is currently run by we all know who. But yeah. So what do you want to talk about this morning, Steve? I've ranted a little bit.
Well, I mean, go ahead, Victoria.
I was going to say, I saw someone made a comment about me referencing movies and not actual historical resistance. The reason I do that is most people don't follow history like some of us do. And it puts it into perspective when I think about resistance, I think about the Hunger Games. I think about Star Wars. I think about X-Men. Those are good depictions. And for the average person, the average voter, they're not going to be following this at the same level that most of us are. If you're in this chat, you're likely following it a little bit more closely than the average voter. So when I'm speaking to the average voter, I want to speak at those dining room table topics, and movie aspects are very easy and relatable for people who are trying to understand what we're doing. So that is why I'm not referencing those. I would be happy to reference historical resistance, but for the average voter, I think that speaking to those dining room table topics is better than, you know, trying to say it in history. More people relate to Star Wars than they do to something that happened 150 years ago.
The other thing is, Victoria, this is not. Whenever anybody thinks of resistance, they think of violence. They think, but this is a new world, and we are not there, and hopefully we will never be there. This is resistance on a above board voter level. This is not, we haven't descended into violence. That's not where we're at. We're at
yet
organizing. We're at protesting. We're at talking to our representatives. We're at maybe throwing a monkey in the wrench of whatever's going on to slow his ass down. That's where we're at. Everybody thinks that, yeah, resistance is the Rebel Alliance in Star Wars. No, resistance, this kind of resistance is slow. This kind of resistance is sometimes ungodly, glacially slow. But that's what this is. Nobody wants to go past this, because what most people do not understand, and really the only people who do understand are people who have served in the military, is that real, revolution is a bloody, awful, disgusting mess, and no one wants to be there.
Germany fell in 53, Dave. 53 days, though, Dave. That's the point that we're trying to make. Like, and I hear what you're saying. And sure, nonviolence obviously is the right way to go. But I think people have to anticipate that this could get ugly. And again, depending on where you are, right? But
Yeah.
we do have historical examples of these kinds of things, and I think that grassroots is awesome. I think I think French resistance where I go with these kinds of things, but we're smart. People are motivated. People are I'm in. I'm on the back 40 or the back 9 in my life, and I'm in for the fight. And I know a lot of people can't. But like to your point, Victoria, we make this every single day. No matter what circumstance you are in, maybe it's something simple. Maybe you're infirmed, but maybe you like to cook. Bake cookies for your neighbor. Do something like that. I mean, it doesn't have to be political. It can just be humanitarian. That's what I'm hoping for.
And we do have depictions. So sorry, Steve. We do have depictions that were less than 150 years ago. I realize that. I also realize that we have other depictions that I can refer to. However, if I'm referring to the civil rights movement, our Black, Brown, and Indigenous brothers and sisters have been screaming this at the top of their lungs for years. If you look like me or Steve, and you haven't been active until this point, it's really hard for me as a white person to reference the civil rights movement, because I realize that we have not done enough for our Black, Brown, and Indigenous brothers and sisters. We have literally set complacency. I'm 32 years old. I understand that my people, good, bad, all the things, have failed our Black, Brown, and Indigenous brothers and sisters. So now we have to pick up the mantle and be the ones leading the cause. That is why I'm not referring to the civil rights movement. It is a great movement. It is a great thing. But if you look at historically, our people really tried to fuck that up and really tried to hurt our Black, Brown, and Indigenous brothers and sisters. And they're doing it again now. So if you look like me, you need to stand the fuck up. And we can utilize those, but we also need to make sure that we are acknowledging that we fucking failed. We failed them. We have failed ourselves, especially white women. And if you feel called out right now, good. Sit in that discomfort, because I'm not here for your tears. I'm not here for your crying. I'm not here for any of that. If you want to make a change and you want to be on the right side of history, unpack that shit elsewhere and let's go.
Go to the breach, my friends.
The crying is crazy, and I see it. We all see it. The hand wringing. Stop with the hand wringing. Start with the doing.
Yeah, and again, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record here, but activism, I look at it, I've always looked at it this way. It's a muscle, and you have to exercise it. In however you start, if you start small, then that's starting small. But I know from conversations with Victoria and Obi and Dave, we've never talked about activism per se, but I've been in the breach. I've been in the shit, and it ain't pretty. But I'm also a privileged white dude in America. I can fucking go anywhere. I have not used my privilege enough in my life. I'm trying to use it. And I would encourage everybody who looks like me, who looks like Obi, who looks like Victoria, use your privilege. There are people's lives that are on the line. There are people's families who are going to be ripped apart. They're coming for you. They're coming for all of us. I really hope, again, this is me always seeing the damn glass half full, damn empaths. I'm hoping at this point in history, if what we're seeing is what calls people to finally recognize that they've been too apathetic and too lazy and too entitled for so long, and maybe this is the moment that pulls people together. I don't know. That's what I hope, though. That's what I hope.
Your children aren't too. My two boys understand what's going on. My 4.5-year-old asked me the other day about. He said, "Mama, I want to move to England. I don't want to live here anymore." He understands that something's going on. You can have those conversations, because Lord knows our Black, Brown, and Indigenous brothers and sisters are having those fucking conversations and have been having them. So, like,
Dave, I got to mute you because your keyboard.
Let's do the thing.
I get it. Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, Victoria.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Listen, it's no problem. So it's time to wrap here. As is always the case, who's ever on the panel when we end, we'll get last word. So, Dave, anything else you'd like to say in closing today, friend?
I haven't been here off long, but but the message is good. Do something. That's the bottom line. Get off your butt and do something. If it's a little, it's a lot. If it's mutual aid, if it's helping a friend, if it's baking cookies for your neighbor, if you're a doctor, then help somebody. If you're a lawyer, then talk to somebody. If you're a mom, talk to other moms. Find like-minded people, get them off their butt. Do something.
Well said. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Be safe. Obi, last words, buddy? You're on mute, sir. Obi? Are you playing with Star Wars Legos? I'll come back to him. Victoria?
All right, today is the day. If you haven't gotten involved, today is the day. I give you permission. I'm gonna be the Michelle Obama right now, since we're on the internet and most of you guys see me every day. I give you permission to be petty. I give you permission to go and push back. I give you permission to say, no, that's not correct. You don't have to be feral as fuck. You don't have to cuss in someone's face. You don't have to scream at people like I do on the internet. Steve knows this. You can just say, that's not correct. You can push back in small ways. You can show your support in so many ways. And today is that day. I give you permission. Today is the day. If you haven't been a part of the resistance prior to this, you know what? Welcome to the club, Bernie shirts in the back. Let's go. Let's do the thing. Let's show them that we are here. Let's show them that we are ready and that we are not letting this go, and let's neutralize them. And in 2 years, I'll represent you in Congress and I'll still be fucking right here talking shit on Oprah Winfrey's internet.
And still dancing to the theme song to The Office. Thank you,
Jesus
my friend.
Christ.
I love you. You know that.
Love
I
you
appreciate
too.
you.
See you later, guys.
Obi, last words, buddy?
Don't punch Nazis. That's my job. I got you. I will take all of the anger and violence for you. Don't feel you have to do that. Contribute in ways that you can contribute, right? Maybe here's an example. Get one of those flexible portable wagons, put water and snacks in it, and show up at a protest and just walk through the protest and hand people like fruit snacks and a bottle of water. That is a simple action that's safe to do.
It's great.
Don't join things that you're not personally aware of because you heard something on social media. I'm going to say this 10 toes down. Social media is a toxic environment full of performative assholes that want you to get in trouble. Don't do something because you saw it on Facebook. As a matter of fact, please get off all Meta products. I know some of you can't because you have family and stuff like that or business, and I get that. But if you don't need to be on those products, get off. That is really easy to do. Delete apps that don't serve you and that only serve the billionaire class. I don't have Meta on my phone. The only way I can communicate still on TikTok, because damn you, Apple, is that I happened to have an old piece of crap tablet that was an Android, right? So thank God I kept that. But just do simple things, right? And like Professor Ben said, when you do them, don't tell anybody.
Exactly. Just do it.
And I love you.
Love you too, buddy.
And your fucking sexy beard.
I love you too. Back at you, Mr. Sexy. You just wait 3 weeks. We get to hug it out. Can't wait. Thank you.
This is going to be so fucking hot.
I know. I mean, we're going to be melting TikTok. They're going to have to ban it for violations of sexy. Anywho, thank you for being here as always, my buddy. Listen, everybody, we know first of all, we're going to raid our friend Mother Hen. She apparently is at a rally. That's what I'm hearing. So please go raid Mother Hen. She's there. Beards dangling, beards crossing. Yes, exactly. Someone, Cabin Mom just made a suggestion in our mod chat for a new t-shirt idea. Do something. We're working on that. That will be up. We'll also add Team Angry to our search selection. Thank you everybody for being here. Everybody, I think hopefully you understand that our message has been consistent. It's about doing something, right? It's about doing something to help someone in need. I believe in my heart of hearts that karma exists, and I believe in the idea of helping people. I don't go into it helping anybody to get anything back, but if you believe that kindness is contagious, then show it, right? Then show it. I love you all. I love you, mods. Everybody be safe out there doing whatever it is that you're going to do. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, friends. Peace.